जरा भी ओके वेलकम।
हेलो हेलो, आप सब अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लें। वैसे तो आप देखें कि मेरा रोल इसमें कुछ है ही नहीं, मैं वैसे ही आ गया हूँ यहाँ। 10:15 बजे का टाइम है, अभी 5 मिनट बाकी है और हम सब इसरो वाले उल्टी गिनती से वाकिफ है। तो मैंने सोचा ये उल्टी गिनती का जो समय मुझे मिला है वो उसको मैं इस्तेमाल कर लूँ, इसलिए मैं आपके सामने आ गया हूँ। आपको शायद ऐसा लगेगा कि ये चिंतन आ गया है, तभी बोलता ही रहेगा और हमको परेशान करेगा, बोर करेगा। बट आई एश्योर यू, मेरी ओर से और आने वाले सब स्पीकर की ओर से, कि वो कोई भी इतना नहीं बोलेगा कि आप बोर हो जाए, वो थोड़ा ही सब बोलेंगे। प्लीज बी एश्योर। और दूसरी बात एक और ये कि हम यहाँ साइट फैमिली के हिसाब से मिले हैं, मगर जब फैमिली होती है ना तो कुछ मित्र बन जाते हैं हमारे, जिसको हम बोलते हैं फैमिली फ्रेंड। एंड आफ्टर सम टाइम दे बिकम आवर फैमिली मेंबर। When they come, we never feel that they are our family friends. We feel they are our family. And sometimes जो हम real family member बोलते हैं, उससे ज़्यादा उनको बात हमारी पता होती है। और ऐसे ही कुछ साइट फैमिली मेंबर जो फैमिली फ्रेंड है, जो अभी फैमिली मेंबर बन गए, उसमें से एक है माकड़ परिवार, भगीरथ माकड़, कश्यप माकड़, यज्ञा। ये यज्ञा माकड़ और कश्यप माकड़, ये दोनों को जब से वो इसरो में पैदा हुए तब से मैं उनको जानता हूँ। तो आज का जो आगे की बात है वो वही अपने फैमिली फ्रेंड आई मीन फैमिली मेंबर यज्ञा माकर संभालेगी। एक बात और मुझे याद आ रही है कि कुछ बिफोर फ्यू डिकेड्स वन बॉय joined a college, Ram Narayan Ruya College, Bombay. He studied there. After that, he came to Ahmedabad, worked with Dr. Sarabhai, and after few years or after few decades, ISRO saw a chairman in him, or we got a chairman. That is Dr. Kasturi Rangan. After few decades, again a boy college. All those teachers who taught Kasturi Rangan, if I remember, Godbole ji, Professor Gupte, Professor Karnik, Professor Ramakrishna. Sir, Kartikeya Sarabhai, sir, welcome. We are happy that you are with us. Thank you very much. अभी मैं मेरी बात आगे बढ़ाता हूँ। तो एक लड़के ने वही सब प्रोफेसर से कुछ सीखना शुरू किया, फिर वो भी अहमदाबाद आ गया, किया, वैसे उसने भी इसको ज्वाइन किया, मगर यहाँ थोड़ा फर्क है। वो लड़के को उसके घर की चेयरमैन मिल गई रुया कॉलेज से, एंड दैट माय हाउस चेयरमैन इज माय वाइफ श्रीमती सुधा भट्ट, एंड शी विल ऑल्सो ज्वाइन with Yagna to carry out the further function. So इतना ही मुझे कहना था। Thank you very much. अभी मैं यज्ञा जी को आमंत्रित करता हूँ कि आप अपना ड्यूटी संभालिए।
तो आपका जो AI, sorry, not AI, NI, that is natural intelligence जो आपके पास है, उसका इस्तेमाल करके आपको उसको जो भी भाषा में कन्वर्ट करना है कन्वर्ट करना है। थैंक्स टू NI, थैंक्स टू ऑल। प्लीज।
And very good morning to all of you. As introduced by Chintan Bhai, I am Yagna Makar. So let us start our side program organized by we, the side family. ये हमारा प्रोग्राम है, हम सबके। संकल्पे संदेशः श्रुतो संवादः मेघे मनोभूति। If I combine three Sanskrit scriptures, that is Meghaduta and Shankutal by Kalidasi, and third one is Natya Shastra. Meghadut, where idea of cloud carrying messages across distances, which is a symbolic transmission through nature, and other two methods are gestures, that is Natya Shastra, and memory association, that is with Abhignan Shakuntal, it is there. Our site has used all these with latest satellite technology. Satellite instructional television experiment site, ISRO's project, and Dr. Vikram Sarabhai's dream project has completed 50 years. So I now request the project who's who to please come on the dais and take their seats. I request Shri P.P. Kale Sahab, Shri Nilesh Desai ji, Shri Kartikeya Sarabhai, Shri B.S. Bhatia Sahab, Shri GC Jain Sahab and Shri AR Das Gupta Sahab to please come on the dais and request Ramdas ji and Bhagirat bhai to please come in Pragatya and then please come on the dais.
Cái câu sơ
Hello. May I request Shri Pramod Kale Sahab, one of the pioneers of SHETH, and our former director has come from Pune specially for this function. Shri Kartikeya Sarabhai ji, well known for his work. Shri D.S. Bhatia Sahab, former director Dekho, who played an important role in this activity. Shri GC Jain Sahab, we can call him the TV man of SHETH, who established TV studio for SHETH. And Shri AR Das Gupta ji, the environment genius, he was responsible for hardware and cluster management. Sir, please take now.
सभी को बहुत ही प्रणाम नमन और इस बात की खुशी में बांटना उनकी युवानी में जब सेठ के साथ जुड़े थे तब उनका क्या प्रदान था। धीरे धीरे आगे चलते हुए उन्होंने जो प्रगति साधी उसका ये परिणाम हम देख रहे हैं। मैं कोई टेक्निकल व्यक्ति नहीं हूँ, इसलिए ये जो टेक्निकल बातें हैं वो मैं नहीं कर सकती हूँ, लेकिन पारिवारिक प्रेम के बारे में उछलना कूदना चाहती हूँ और इस वजह से मैं आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत यहाँ करूँगी। बहुत ही अच्छे सुमधुर वातावरण में, सुगंधित वातावरण में हमने दीप प्रागट्य भी किया है, तो रह जाती है एक गुलछड़ी। आप सभी को मैं ये विनती करती हूँ कि इसका भी हम आनंद उठाएं और मैं श्री भगीरथ भाई और श्री रामदास जी को यहाँ बुलाना चाहती हूँ। अलका जी को विनती है। हाँ, श्री रामदास जी को विनती कि बीपी काले साहब को श्री अफजल सुबेदार जी से विनती, जीतू भाई रॉयस, सत्येन जी, और इस कार्यक्रम में शुरुआत करेंगे, शुभारंभ करेंगे स्वागत प्रवचन से। श्री माननीय श्री जी.सी. जैन साहब से विनती करती हूँ कि आपका प्रवचन जी.सी. जैन साहब।
Prestigious, respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, our chief guest Dr. Nilesh Desai, Director SHETH, Shri Kartikeya Sarabhai, Padam Shri, Director and Chairman CEE, Shri Pramod Kale, Padam Shri, former Director SHETH, Shri B.S. Bhatia, former Director DECU, Shri A.R. Dasgupta, former Deputy Director, Shri R.C. Garg, Deputy Director, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to this Golden Jubilee celebration, family celebration. It is a profound honor to stand before you today as we mark the Golden Jubilee of one of the most visionary and transformative experiment in the nation's history, the Satellite Instructional Television Experiment, or SITE. 50 years ago, on August 1, 1975, India embarked upon a journey that would forever change how we view technology's role in societal progress. The vision, rooted in the philosophy of the great Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, was not about prestige about people. It was the belief that the advanced technology of the space could and should be tool for uplifting of the common man in the most remote areas of our country. SITE was a powerful testament of this idea and ambition not to change the stars for their own sake, but to use them to cast benevolent light over the villages and illuminate the path for a brighter future. The lasting legacy of SITE can be seen all around us today. The project provided us practical operational experience and directly paved the way for India's own space system, satellite systems, many projects like INSAT, DTH. More importantly, it solidified a core principle of the space program, the application of technology to the benefit of citizens. As we conclude the Golden Jubilee celebration, let's carry forward the spirit of SITE, the spirit of collaboration, innovation, and social purpose. Let's continue to ask not just what technology can do for us, but what we can do with technology to the betterment of society. On behalf of organizing committee, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you and express our heartfelt gratitude for joining us on this moment of occasion. Thank and welcome once again. I would like to remind you that this is a यूनिक फंक्शन। हम भूले बिसरे लोग यहाँ इकट्ठे हो रहे हैं। एक जमाने में हम झगड़ते थे, काम के लिए झगड़ते थे, और आज वो यादों को यहाँ एक दूसरे से शेयर करने के लिए हम यहाँ इकट्ठे हुए। In this celebration, we will commemorate stories of SITE in a general way, humorous way, hilarious ways. So get ready to enjoy and listen to learned speakers in their own style. Thank you very much.
जैसे जी.सी. जैन साहब ने कहा कि यहाँ हम मिल रहे हैं तो आज जैसे साथ में काम कर रहे थे उसका कुछ रिवीजन चल रहा है। और आई होप के जो उन्होंने एक मुद्दा कहा कि लड़ते रहते थे, वो कार्यक्रम आज नहीं होगा।
वही तो होगा।
वही होगा। तो एक काम करते हैं, वो कार्यक्रम हम बिल्कुल लास्ट में रखेंगे, क्योंकि तब तक ऐसी संभावना है कि होटल वाले लोग हमको यहाँ से निकाल देंगे। तो वो कार्यक्रम हम सबसे बात करेंगे। अब ये जिसका हमें बहुत गौरव है, हम आज 3 चीजों को आपके पास रखना चाहते हैं। एक मिनट, कि आपके पास जो भी किट आई हुई है उसके अंदर बहुत ही अच्छी अच्छी चीजें हैं और अच्छी अच्छी स्मृतियां हैं। तो आज हम चांदी के सिक्के, जिस सिक्के के ऊपर भारत के ऐसे राज्यों का चित्रांकन किया गया है जहां जहां साइट के प्रकल्प जारी किए गए थे, और वो डिजाइन देखकर हमें आज भी इतनी खुशी मिलेगी जितनी आप सभी को साइट के दरमियान मिली थी। वो हमारे लिए एक गौरवशाली चीज हो जाएगी, जैसे कि 50 साल के बाद तो वो अपनी विरासत बन जाती है। श्री कार्तिकेय साराभाई को, जो कि पद्मश्री भी है, हमारे बीच में आज काले साहब भी है, और इसका हमें बहुत गौरव है। कार्तिक भाई, आपको विनती है कि आप इन सिक्कों का विमोचन कीजिए। हमारे सबके लिए बड़े सौभाग्य की बात है कि विक्रम भाई के परिवार के, सारा भाई परिवार के कार्तिकेय भाई आज अपने साथ हैं। बहुत ही आती होगी, लेकिन याद तो उन्हें किया जाता है जिसको हम भूल गए हैं, जो हमेशा साथ है। ये सिक्कों का ये उद्घाटन, ये विमोचन मेहनत में आई है, और उनके हाथ जो श्रेष्ठ कार्य हुआ है, ये उसकी साबिती, ये उसका आईना है। जितनी मेहनत हुई भी ना, तो वो सार्थक है।
ओके सर, थैंक यू।
क्योंकि बड़ी मेहनत का परिणाम हम देख रहे हैं। अब एक और चीज जो अपनी विरासत बन गई है, 50 साल काफी होते हैं। जब 1 अगस्त 1975 के दिन ये कवर, ये पोस्ट रिलीज हुई थी, तब साइट कार्यक्रम के उपलक्ष्य में वो एक गहना था, और उसका उद्घाटन करेंगे। जो फर्स्ट डे कवर है, मैं श्री BS भाटिया साहब, आदरणीय भाटिया साहब को विनती करती हूँ कि आप फर्स्ट डे कवर का विमोचन कीजिए। हमारे लिए ये दिन कभी ना लौटने वाला दिन है
सर। एवरीवन लुक हियर।
हम इसको कभी भूल ना पाएंगे। जी सर।
यस सर, लुक हियर।
इस दीर्घ काल में हमने अपने कई परिजनों को गंवाया है। उनकी याद में हम सभी खड़े होकर उनको मौन श्रद्धांजलि प्रदान करेंगे। कृपया अपने अपने स्थान पर सब खड़े हों। शांति शांति शांति। आज के प्रथम सेशन में हम आमंत्रण देने जा रहे हैं आदरणीय श्री पी काले साहब, आप अपना वक्तव्य दीजिए और उसके पहले आप कृपया 2 मिनट बैठिए। काले साहेब के लिए मैं भी कह सकती हूँ कि he joined India's space program in 1962 after completing MSc in Physics Electronics from Gujarat University. Having earlier worked in Physical Research Laboratory under Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, he participated in the establishment of TERLS at Thumba and was deputed to NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center for Satellite Tracking Systems. Held key positions including head of electronics division at VSSC resident, representative of ISRO at NASA, project manager for SITE and project director for INSAT-1 space management. Served as director of Space Application Center during 1987 to 1994 and Vikram Sarabhai Space Center and currently he serves as director at VSSI Design and Research Center, University of Pune. Recipient of Padma Shri 1984 and several national awards, fellow of multiple scientific societies and active in numerous academic and development institutions. Kale sir has specially come from Pune to participate in this function and he met Professor E.V. Chitnisai, the doyen of SITE program, and recorded his video message. आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ सर। आज अहमदाबाद का ये सौभाग्य है, आप यहाँ पे हो उन सबके साथ। आदरणीय काले साहब जो कि इस सेशन चेयर है और वो उनकी बात को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। आदरणीय काले साहब।
It really gives me pleasure, honor to be here amongst all of you. We are celebrating completion of 50 years since we started. Since we started the satellite instructional television experiment in 1975. But while coming from Pune to Ahmedabad, I was thinking, I would like to take you back 10 years more. 1965. I think it was either June or July, I don't remember exactly. But that is the time when I met Mr. Rogers and Mr. Balchandani. Mr. Rogers was the Director General of our Overseas Communication Services here. Balchandani was the Chief Engineer of OCS. They had come to PRL. And we were introduced by Professor Chitnis saying that something new is going to happen, and that is start of the experimental satellite communication Earth station. So 1965, I met Wing Commander Rao, Colonel Pant, and Commander Kohli. These three people had come from services, Air Force. My first introduction to satellite communications. And I think 1965, the foundation was laid at Jodhpur, Tekra for the experimental satellite communication Earth station. The reason I'm taking you back 10 years is, 10 more years, is that at that time, we really did not have any specific idea as to how this facility that was being created, not just only for satellite communication, but basically as an educational facility, a facility where people can be trained in satellite communications. After that, I moved away to Thiruvananthapuram, and then in 1968, I was suddenly told that I have to leave now the Space Science and Technology Center and join with Professor Chitnis for the satellite instructional television experiment. That was my first introduction to the concept of using satellite for bringing television service to Delhi. And we are talking about taking it to the entire nation. But that was the beginning, and that's how we really started the work. The initial meetings were held in Delhi. There was a group called as a National Study Group on Satellite Communications. And we started meeting, and I remember that in 1968 we had 2 meetings, and 1969, early 1969, 1 meeting. And that is the time when it was decided that we were going ahead with developing system studies, not just only for sight, but also what was to come after sight. That was for INSAT as an overall study. And that study, I participated at General Electric, Dr. B.S. Rao, Kiran Karnik, and from All India Radio we had S. Krishnamurthy. Mr. Venkatesh Vardu also joined with us from ECIL. I was very fortunate that before starting of the study at General Electric, I had to spend about 10-15 days at Goddard Space Flight Center, and that is my first introduction to how one can use frequency modulation for television purposes, frequency modulation for satellite telemetry, for rocket telemetry I knew about, FM radio I knew, but for television that was the first, what should I say, with my hand I was able to do those experiments at the Goddard Space Flight Center because they were also not quite certain. At that time, according to the study that was carried out earlier, the idea was that with a television set and with an add-on antenna and a front-end converter, we should be able to receive the signals from the satellite. At that time, the goal that was given to us was that add-on cost for such a system for every television set should not cost more than $100 to $105. So in those days, the exchange rate was 4 rupees and something odd paise. And we knew that such a thing cannot be done. So I had to study very specifically as to how we can bring down the cost. And finally I made my report to Dr. Sarabhe saying that this type of a costing is really good for the industry where you are going to produce it in millions, not for when we are talking of only 2,500 or that kind of numbers. He accepted it, saying that yes, but that it should be the beginning. We had DK Sachdev from ITI who had joined with us in our study group also. And he had indicated that each receiver will cost about 1 lakh of rupees. I said, yes, maybe in your costing of ITI, but not in our costing. We need to do something differently. And that's how we started. 1969, the Memorandum of Understanding was signed, and I think Dr. Saravi for the first time put his thoughts together in the paper that was delivered later on, Television for Development. I think that was Society for International Development, if I'm not mistaken. And that is the one that really set the tone. And in 1970, Dr. Saravik was going to start some very specific ideas at the National Conference on Electronics, and he introduced the paper, Insight, a Strategy for Development, and that's how we really understood what his vision was. Afterwards, what has happened, all of you were participants, but I just thought that before many of you joined with ISRO, that's how things really started. There is a message that has been sent by our current chairman, which I will read out to all of you. Space has been arena of excitement, infinite mysteries. From 1957 to till date, significant progress has been achieved. I can't read them. Things are not possible. Then let's see if they can increase the speed. In exploring space, and humanity started deriving benefits from space. The quest to explore more is increasing. Use of space for activity. I think it's being projected.
Yes, sir.
Oh, very good. Fine. Has increased, and it has become an integral part of our life. Thanks to advancement and convergence of technologies and affordable access to space. Satellite communication systems have played a pivotal role in bridging the digital divide in the country and have remained a powerful tool in providing plethora of societal services like telemedicine, teleeducation, safety of life applications, etc. Satellite communications remains indispensable tool for a country like India due to diverse geographic terrains. Currently, we have a fleet of 18 communication satellites providing services with communication transponders in C-band, extended C-band, AU band, AA-AU band, and S-band. Prominent users of the transponders are government and strategic users, Prasar Bharati, DTH and TV operators, public sector units, private VSAT operators, banking and financial institutions, etc. At this moment, I would like to highlight the phrase, there is no present without the past, making the past an essential foundation for the present. Let us rewind into the cradle of India's space program. Under the visionary leadership of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, the father of our space endeavors, India began its foray into rocketry. What started as humble beginning with sounding rocket launches from the turrets evolved into national ambition. The real catalyst for SIDE emerged when the founding fathers of ISRO foresaw the potential of satellites to democratize information in a vast, diverse country like ours. The satellite applications journey in the country started with Satellite Instructional Television Experiment, SIDE, 1975-76. ATS satellite by NASA was used for signal transmission, which transformed the skies into classrooms and satellite into teachers. On the ground, ISRO orchestrated a symphony of logistics for setting up over 5,000 community TV sets installed in 2,400 villages across 6 states. SIDE is hailed as the largest sociological experiment in the world during 1975-1976. SIDE's outcomes were profound and multifaceted. Educationally, it boosted enrollment in rural schools. Agriculturally, programs on pest control and crop rotation reduced losses. Health initiatives curbed infant mortality through vaccination drives. While women's progress fostered self-help groups. Economically, SIDE ignited rural economies, rural economies. Evaluation by UNESCO held it as a model for developing nations. Providing satellites would lead to infrastructure gaps. Technically, ISRO experts mastered receiver design, leading to indigenous satellites like INSAT in the 1980s. Side programs laid the seed of India's space revolution in the fertile soil of education and development. The evolution of satellite communication in India has been a series of paradigm shifts, each defining an era of connectivity. Our journey began with the first generation of the satellites which are procured, satellites establishing the essential foundations of use of space for communications. The second generation satellites are indigenous, and further generations of satellites have contributed towards augmentation of capabilities, capacities, and technological evolution. The provision of communication services is also undergoing a significant transformation due to the emergence of multiple non-geostationary orbit constellations to meet the growing demand for low latency applications like banking, video conferencing, surveillance, gaming, etc. Concurrently, the applications of satellite communications have expanded from basic point-to-point, very small aperture terminal links and point-to-multi-point direct-to-devices D2D services to encompass broadband connectivity for aviation, land, maritime and mobile users, as well as Internet of Things applications. More capacity is needed as technology evolves and demand grows, in spite of advances in terrestrial communications such as 4G, 5G, optical fiber broadband, and Wi-Fi. The requirements of satellites for connectivity remains unabated. In 1975, we used ATS-6 USA satellite to demonstrate communication from space, and now company like AST Global USA is availing launch services using LVM-3 to launch one of their Bluebird satellites this year to provide direct-to-device connectivity from satellites. The journey we have traveled is indeed spectacular, and I would like to thank all the seniors for their foundational support in this space history. Though my wish was to be there, my prior engagements does not permit me to do so. Wishing you all for a successful Golden Jubilee celebrations of 50 years of satellite instructional television experiment function. Dr. V. Narayan. After we started the work on the receivers, the antenna, everything, one of the important things which we had to achieve also was how to transfer the technology to ECIL for manufacturing the TV sets, for the front-end converters, the antennas. The technology definitely was transferred, but I'm reminded that it had happened in 1973 at the National Conference on Electronics. Dr. A.S. Rao was at that time chairman and managing director of ECIL. When he was asked as to how we were able to do the transfer of technology, he said that apart from everything else in terms of drawings and schematics, parts list, etc., he transferred people. And I remember that thing. So when the production line was set up at ECIL, we didn't have to send our people to work right on the production line itself. Ramaya and his group, they really did a wonderful job there. There are many more things I would like to share later on with you. Thank you very much.
आज के कार्यक्रम में आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं पहले ये सोचती हूँ, जैसे जैसे सभी को मिलते गए, चेहरा देखा तो लगा था कि मन में ऐसा था कि कई यहाँ के मिल गए हैं। तो अभी तो ये सेशन, ये कार्यक्रम पूरा भी नहीं हुआ, शाम तक हम साथ में हैं, लेकिन हम ये सोचे, ऐसी आशा करें कि ऐसे कार्यक्रम कुछ दिनों में करते रहने चाहिए ताकि ये परिवार हमारा अखंड रहे। अब मैं एक ऐसे व्यक्ति को यहाँ पे बोलने की पहला एज है, ओके, अजर ऐसे आपનું ખૂબ ખૂબ સ્વાગત છે નિલેશભાઈ। આવ્યાનો લાભ લઈ લઈએ અને એ તમારી રાહ જોતો તો સર, એટલે લાભ લઈ લઈએ તમારા આવ્યાના શું વિનંતી કરું છું। દિવસના અને સાંજ સુધીના આજના મુખ્ય અતિથિ શ્રી નિલેશભાઈ, ડાયરેક્ટર ઇસરો, આપનું આમ તો છો અમારામાં એક તમે, આમ તો છો અમારામાં એક તમે। શ્રી આદરણીય શ્રી નિલેશભાઈને વિનંતી કે એક મોમેન્ટો છે એનું આપ વિમોચન કરો। આ મોમેન્ટો જે બધાને મળવાનું છે અને મળ્યું પણ છે, તેની એક સુંદર કલ્પના છે। એના અનુસાર એના પ્રકાશનની બાબતમાં ખૂબ સુંદર મંચસ્થ મહાનુભાવોની સાથે સાથે આપણે પણ એનું વિમોચન કરીએ છીએ એવી જ લાગણી અનુભવીએ, પ્લીઝ। જે સુંદર ચિત્ર ત્યાંથી તમને ઝાંખું દેખાતું હશે એ ઝગમગતું છે સોનેરી મજાનું। ત્યાં એક લાકડાનું એટલે તમે કદાચ એકવાર આ કાર્યક્રમને ભૂલી જશો પણ ત્યારે પાર્ટીઓ તમને યાદ કરાવશે કે ભાઈ હું અહીંયા છું। થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ ઓલ ઓફ યુ। ઓકે ઓકે, ફોટો ફરીથી। अब आगे बढ़ते हुए कहीं जाना नहीं है। मुझे तो लगता है कि मैं अभी या तो विक्रम हॉल के अंदर हूँ या DOS के हॉल में हूँ या तो फिर विद्यानगर में खड़ी हूँ, जैसे कि हमारे साथ जीसी जैन साहब भी थे। और तब पता चला था कि जब मित्र होते हैं, जब अपने से थोड़े बड़े भी होने के बावजूद हमारे अंगत कैसे बन सकते थे, वो हमें महसूस किया। वैसा ही महसूस किया श्री दासगुप्ता साहब के कारण, क्योंकि हम साथ साथ में एक ही जगह, एक ही भूमि पर रहे हैं, पले बड़े हैं और हम वृद्ध भी बने हुए हैं। तो आदरणीय दासगुप्ता साहब को विनती करने से पहले उन्होंने भेजा हुआ अति सुंदर कॉम्पैक्ट उनका बायोडेटा है जो पढ़ने का आनंद उठा रहे हूं। श्री दासगुप्ता साहब joined Electronic System Division of ISRO in 1970. Immediately after getting his ME in ECE from Indian Institute of Science, posted in the TV development group under V.D. Gupta, in charge of development, operations and maintenance of site cluster activities from 1974 to 1976, worked briefly in SHETH before being transferred to remote sensing area. And before he gets and tells us anything, I would like to say कि दासगुप्ता साहब उत्सव के मनुष्य हैं। वैसे तो कह सकते हैं कि उत्सव है खनु जना दरेक व्यक्ति ने उत्सव गमे छे। तो वैसे उत्सवी पर्सनालिटी को मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ कि आप अपना प्रतिभाव दें।
Additional description. Well, all site family members, a hearty welcome and namaskar for your cooperation and for being present in this conference, celebration today. So we are all family members, so I will not make a formal speech, though I will definitely want to welcome our two guests, that is Nilesh Desai, who is Director SAC, and Dr. Karthikeyan, who has very kindly in one word accepted to be with us today. Mr. Kale took us back to 1965. I will not take you that far back because I wasn't in ISRO at that time, he was on site. But let me take you back just about a year when I received a letter from Kalesa saying that I have written this letter to our director about the site Golden Jubilee coming up. This is in 2024, and requested me to kindly follow it up with Director SAC. And that is how this whole thing started. And the idea was to get together all the site people, and of course we are all scattered not only all over Ahmedabad, we are scattered all over the world. So the best thing I thought was to make a Google Doc form and pass it around to whoever I knew, and then tell them to pass it on to others. Now this cascading effect resulted in something like about 274, I think that's the last count I have, people filling up the form and expressing their desire to be a part of the celebration. So then for communication's sake, AC Mathur had started a Site Golden Jubilee WhatsApp group which I took over, and I invited all the 274 people to come on board on the WhatsApp group to start off chit-chatting and things like that. And not all 270 people came on board. I think about 180 or 190 came on board. And there was a constant chatter and things, and people started putting in their experiences during site and so forth. And so we got an idea, why not put it all together as a document. And I think both GC Jain and Ravi Saxena took the pains to put it together. Ravi Saxena in fact also put together one entire bunch of photographs related to site, starting I think with the signing of the site agreement. And then also another thing he did was, and he is a fantastic, what shall I say, person who keeps things available. Not only photographs, but he also had a whole set of SAC couriers. So all the material related to SAC couriers have been compiled. So we have 3 compilations which we could not print obviously, but we will definitely share on the main WhatsApp group, and all of you who are on that group are free to download it, print it out if you want, whatever, right? So let me come back again to how this event started. So after a lot of discussion with Director SAC and amongst ourselves, we thought that we would start the celebration. Yeah, but for whatever reason, the official celebration didn't start. We also met Chairman ISRO because the chairman changed in the meanwhile, and we met Chairman ISRO through the kind offices of Nilesh Desai, and he also assured us that there would be a grand celebration planned. But the only thing is that people were getting restive and saying, "Kab hone wala hai?" So some of us got together and we said, why not we, earlier in the site Ruby celebration, 40 years, we had done a small half-a-day event through contribution. So we thought that why not we do that right now, and that is the genesis of today's program. So we started off very very modestly. In fact, I had done an earlier survey and I found only 29 people were interested in such a thing. So I sort of gave it up. But then some other people started pressurizing me and saying, why don't you try, why don't you try? Then Mod got an idea. He said, we will put it in the group. Whoever wants to sign on, let him sign on. So it was announced by Mod that on 12th of October, which is lying between Diwali and Navaratri, we will have a get-together. Okay, and then that get-together, it's a contributory thing, so we will contribute a few, we decided on a small contribution. And personally, I told Mod, look, if we get 50 people, we are on. You know how many we got? 104. 104 people not only agreed to have this function, but immediately started paying it. How do you collect money? So again, our friend A.C. Mathur helped us. He has a small organization called IIAC, I think, Space Exhibitors Exhibition, and so he kindly offered his services, and that's how we collected the money. But the most fantastic thing, in my opinion, was that there were people who contributed and said, look, we are not able to attend, but here's my contribution. And they not only contributed to themselves, they contributed to their wives also. And then there were many who just gave as a donation anything from 5,000 rupees to 60,000 rupees. So this function is actually whatever we have been able to do, whatever the gifts that has been arranged, the mementos, the silver coin, and I hope you appreciate the bag. So all these things were done based on the funds that we had. Then we originally thought we were going to do it in Ahmedabad Management Association. There was a small seminar room. No, we said 40, 50 people, we can do it there. Now when we got 104, we were in a problem because with 104, seminar room is useless, but we can't ask for a bigger hall because that is 280 seater. So no, we can't populate a 280 seater hall with 4 people. So we said that we change the venue. And then again the team got together, visited so many hotels, and finally they selected this because it is nice and compact. We can all interact with each other in a family kind of atmosphere and as well as enjoy the events. So that's how we started, and that's how we are together over here. I don't want to say anything more except to welcome you all and hope that we integrate with each other. We remain in touch after this celebration and we enjoy the celebration. Thank you very much.
इस उत्सव का स्वप्न दिखाने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत आभार, और उस स्वप्न के लिए आपने और अपनी ये टीम ने बहुत ही मेहनत की है। आज के मैं इसको अवसर कहूँगी, उत्सव कहूँगी, गुजराती में हम उत्सव कहते हैं उत्सव को, क्योंकि यहाँ पे एक वातावरण ऐसा जमा है कि जिसमें एक सुकून आप महसूस कर सको। आगे जब जिस चीज के हम देखना चाहते हैं, हम साक्षी बनने जा रहे हैं, मैं वंदना जी से विनती करूंगी कि आप इसके बारे में बताइए और उस चीज के वाहक के स्वरूप में सर काले साहब आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और हम ये एक शुभ भावना रखेंगे मन में, चिटनीस साहब की जब शतायु है ये उम्र और उनको जो इल्काब मिला है उसके आगे भी उनको और इल्काब मिलते रहे, सरकार दे, हम तो देते रहे प्यार का इल्काब, और उनको ऐसे ऐसे अवार्ड्स मिलते रहे, क्योंकि एट दिस ईयर एट एज he is so cheerful, he remembers so many things, so now we have to remember it. Over to Yagna.
अब तक हमने सुने हैं सबको, अभी हम एक छोटा सा वीडियो क्लिप प्ले करेंगे। काले साहब पुणे में उसके घर जाके, चिटनीस साहब के घर जाके स्पेशली ये कॉन्वर्सेशन है काले साहब Natural Science from Cambridge University, UK, and a postgraduate degree in Development Communications from MIT, USA. He has received numerous national and international honors for his pioneering work in environmental education and education for sustainable development, including the Brandman Medal, Tree of Learning Award, and India's Padma Shri. Shri Kartikeji has served a UNESCO reference group for the decade on ESD and co-chaired Priority Action Area 1 of its Global Action Program. He chaired the Governing Council of Earth Charter International and is actively involved with various educational and charitable trusts as well as government and international committees in the environment, wildlife, culture and education. His climate action initiatives include the handprint concept, Science Express Climate Action Special, promotion of traditional climate-friendly practices, and community-based water licenses and coastal adoption efforts. He contributes regularly to UNFCCC's Action for Climate Empowerment ACE through meetings, dialogues, and global consultation. Recently, he was appointed chairperson of the Curricular Area Group for Environmental Education at NCERT. अभी हम श्री कार्तिकेय जी से सुनेंगे.
Nilesh Bhai, Mr. Kale, and the guys and friends here. It is an emotional day to remember. This morning, I picked up that very paper Professor Kale mentioned of 1969, and I was just going through it. He, in fact, Professor Kale and Karnik are both co-authors in that paper. And I remember those days as a student, because in the mid-60s I'd gone to Cambridge, and when I left here I had been pretty confident that I would like to do physics and mathematics, which was my interest. But in Cambridge, the whole things as they developed, there was one series of articles which came out in the London Times called India's Disintegrating Democracy. And the British arrogance, if you like, would so bother you that it was spoiled my whole day, but I had no idea how to reply to those things. So I wrote to Papa. I said, when I go there, I realize that I don't really know a whole lot of things which are going on in India. I know what they're saying is wrong, but I don't understand it. So I remember that first year he gave me a whole lot of books on social development, social sciences and others, which I went through. And that was a time in '69, I sort of almost taken a decision that I would really like to work in the development sector. And many people ask me later that, what did your father say? Was he disappointed that you were not going to pursue physics after this, but you were going to do something in the development sector? At that time I didn't realize how much his own work was in the development sector, how he saw himself till that conversation which I had. And he had absolutely no issue. He said, look, physics or basic science is the best thing to do your degree in, because that gives you the type of understanding, the type of tools, the type of methodology, which is good for whatever you might do afterwards. But then when you want to go to development, why did you look at MIT at that time? Because there most of the people who went into the development sector had come from engineering or science, and he said that you will find more congenial the atmosphere, the way of thinking. But that was my first exposure to a very different side of Dr. Sarabhai. Here, this was the first time I was 18 now, and interacting with him as an adult, if you like, a young adult. Where here it was always in Cambridge and things, you get the advantage of being alone with him one-to-one, even though it might be half a day or one day, one did get the advantage of being there. And I remember those days when I came to India, there were these various meetings trying to promote the whole concept of SITE, the concept of using the whole space program, going into areas which many people at that time found quite objectionable. I used to sit at the back and listen, and the type of questions where आप साइंस कर रहे हैं तो साइंस क्यों नहीं कर रहे, ये ब्रॉडकास्टिंग में क्यों आ रहा है, क्यों कम्युनिकेशन में क्यों आ रहा है? This is our field. We are information and broadcasting. We are this. Why are you people not sitting and what there is in government? There are boundaries, you know. And you're supposed to be doing what your task is. Why are you taking on task? कभी एग्रीकल्चर में जा रहे हैं, किधर साइड में जा रहे हैं? You know, you are looking as if entire government of India's thing is in what the space is interested in, and that whole concept that while your strength is one thing, you don't have silos in your mind in terms of what you can do, and I think that was a very big learning at that time, that you realize the potential of what you had, which was science and space, but we immediately connected it with this country and its development challenges. So that was an amazing learning. And here to sort of almost argue, the next question which everyone would ask is, "Acha, to America ne ye kiya hai?" So you'd say, "No, sorry, they have not done it," because their whole investment in terrestrial lines for television is so much that those companies will never let you immediately put the satellite up in their country, because then all those lines will go there. So the whole concept, the second concept, which was of the leapfrogging, that you're not only at a disadvantage, you are at an advantage if you think of it that way. That when you enter a field where you have the experience, so-called, of developed countries before you, you have the knowledge of the technology, you can redo it. And the way you look at things which are happening in so-called developed countries, not from imitation, but from a learning perspective. And I think that's a major lesson. All these lessons are equally valid today as they were then. That how do you not just imitate? It's very easy to imitate. Very easy to say, okay, if London has done this or New York has done this, we should also do the same type of transport, let us say. We should build as many overbridges as possible. Any student can calculate that if you keep on building overbridges and if you calculate the number of cars, whether you will have anything other than overbridges also you don't know. So there has to be a fundamental shift in mobility rather than just, of course there's a short-term measure, you have to do these things. But how do you redesign a city? What is the city of 2047? Our Prime Minister has given the call of Viksit Bharat. What is Viksit Bharat going to be? And he is actually asking all scientists, all students, all people to imagine that. What is that 2047 going to look at it? Is it going to be the same mistakes? Someone else will learn from the positives, but how do you do it? So that was another major, if you like, learning at that time. But his interest during those years was very much also in education straight. As you know, he was, before he took on ISRO, he was also a visiting professor in America at MIT and others. And he had seen that after Sputnik was launched, the whole of America was questioning that their education system was really something wrong. How can the Russians put up Sputnik before the Americans do? So they were aghast. And they got some of the top scientists to start thinking of education and science education. So here at the Physical Research Laboratory at the PRL, on that first floor, last room, this group for the improvement of science education had started. And many people, I was one of the students, Abhijit Sen and many others were there. And that later became the Community Science Center, and after his death, the Vikram Sarabhai Community Science Center. But his interest, therefore, was to was to not just provide technology, but to provide the software which went. And that's why DECU became such an important part of this whole exercise. You might say that a normal government agency would say, okay, we provide the thing, but we don't know anything about it. But he knew that in order to make it successful, you have to do something else. I think Professor Kale mentioned a very important thing just now, which was, I remember that whole discussion on receiving centers. And the fact that the economics of the experiment would have meant that you could actually afford to have less power in the satellite, but little more on the ground station, when you had 250. But when you went into 650,000 villages, that equation changes. So do you solve that problem based on 250, or do you solve the problem based on 650? 650,000. And that thing that you vision it, but you vision it based on that. So an experiment is an experiment, but an experiment is not something which you make sense here. And therefore, the whole logic of using India's size, demography, and diversity, and to see how it can be done. I think right at the beginning there were questions that can you have special beams which are done. In the beginning, I think Sudhaba had mentioned, or someone mentioned, that we did it in 2 languages. The whole concept that multiple languages has to be part of our thinking itself. And today we are going into a world where maybe after a couple of years, we'll just have something on a ear and it doesn't matter which language we speak. But you'll be able to converse with people almost simultaneously. So the world is dramatically changing. So that is the sort of background which is the essence. So there is sight, which is what you see, the experiment, but the whole thinking on what that is very important. And I think during this 50-year celebration, Nilesh, I think it will be important to bring out the generic lessons, if you like. The generic lessons which are as good today. So when you are thinking today that AI is coming to India in a very big way, just now you will see every third meeting or conference has something, AI is something, AI and this, AI. But are we able to bring those sight things, which were, what were they? They were thinking very differently, leapfrogging, and doing experimentation. The page experiment started, the whole concept of having feedback loops. You know, that you don't just do things, but you also try and find out how well what you've done. And DECU also had that whole research side to it, that how do you do this thing. So I think there is so much in what we are celebrating today. You mentioned about, after Vikram, people mentioned, what's your view as a family? And I said, I really don't consider me as the only family. I think one thing with Vikram is that all of us are part of that family. And that is really, truly the spirit, that the whole sense of not just we are working in an organization or working here, but there is a family. And that family is something which is deeply committed to give your own best in whichever technology you do. I might be just doing a very small part of a much larger thing, but I am still aware of what that larger picture is. And then I am working for that mission. I am working for this. And I think that spirit is what we need to not only transmit to others, but also celebrate. So we are celebrating in the name of sight. We are celebrating some fundamental thinking which has guided ISRO, and hopefully is a beacon how a culture innovates, changes, so many new things that happen, and how we go forward. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। आपकी स्पीच से हम भी इमोशनल हो गए। कोई भी फील्ड में जब बाहर काम करते हैं और वही चीज हम जब फैमिली में आके डिस्कस करते हैं तो हम भी बहुत इमोशनल हो जाते हैं। तो आपने तो मतलब वही फैमिली में वो वर्क हुआ था और आप ऐसे बड़े हुए हैं विक्रम भाई के साथ, डॉक्टर विक्रम साराभाई के साथ। तो आपकी बातें सुन के हम एनकरेज भी हुए और हमें बहुत कुछ जानने को भी मिला और साथ में इमोशनल भी हो गए। मैं सुधा जी से बोलूंगी, वो 2 शब्द कहना चाहती हूँ।
जब बात होती है अवकाश की, तो मैं सिर्फ दो मुद्दे कहना चाहूंगी कि अम्मा मृणालिनी माता जी ने दर्पण की स्थापना करके गुजरात की बेटियों के लिए नृत्य का अवकाश खोल दिया। पिताजी विक्रम भाई ने तो सारा आकाश खोल गया, अवकाश खोल दिया, ब्रह्मांड। इसकी वजह से हम इनके कितने ऋणी है ये कहिए कि कोई शब्द नहीं है। फिर भी मुझे एक शब्द के बारे में कहना है, वो शब्द है गुजराती में बहुत ही पॉपुलर है। जो व्यक्ति चली गई है उस विश्व में त्रिलोक में से सबसे ऊपर वाले लोक में चले गए, उनके लिए हम लिखते हैं स्व फुल स्टॉप विक्रम भाई, स्व मृणालिनी जी, सारा भाई, वाई स्व। उस स्व के साथ हम डॉट मुकते हैं पूर्ण विराम। स्वर्गवासी के लिए मैं वो डॉट निकाल देना चाहती हूँ। स्व के साथ मैं जन शब्द रखती हूँ। स्वजन स्व पॉइंट, स्वजन विक्रम भाई અને સ્વજન મૃણાલિની અમ્મા શત શત પ્રણામ।
अभी मैं दासगुप्ता सर से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी। किरण कर्णिक साहब आना चाहते थे पर नहीं आ सके, तो उसका मैसेज वो पढ़ेंगे।
This is the message which Kiran Karnik has sent to us, and I'm just reading it out. Greetings to fellow site members on this special occasion, celebrating the 50th anniversary of site. A little over 5 decades ago, on August 1st, 1975, those of us then in Sakistro proudly witnessed the start of this extraordinary experiment. Even now I get goosebumps when I think back to those heady days and recall how, despite all the problems and the many skeptics, we succeeded in bringing together all the diverse elements of this very ambitious venture. The Earth stations, including the one specially established in Delhi, the DRS system in 2,400 villages, the programs, the studios in Ahmedabad and Mumbai, the Peach TV transmitter, the social research team, the maintenance system, and so much more. There was immense satisfaction in taking development programs to a few million villagers, education to millions of children, and training tens of thousands of school teachers. There were also the pride in successfully developing all the ground hardware required, and of the maintaining the DRS and TV sets in remote rural areas at extraordinary levels of uptime. Diverse people and different organizations work together with great cooperation towards a common goal, typifying what I have articulated as divergent thinking but convergent action. I recall the fantastic commitment and motivation that drove each one, most of us in our 20s, to levels of hard work and dedication that organizations only dream of creating. To me, this was largely the effect of the exciting vision and inspiring leadership of Dr. Sarabhai. I had the good fortune of working directly with him for 3 years before his sad and sudden demise. Professor Chitnis led the site effort, and later Professor Yashpal and Professor Dhawan continued to provide guidance and leadership at a critical juncture. Certainly for me, site was a tremendous learning experience. The sense of contributing to a larger goal was very fulfilling and satisfying. I hope that ISRO continues with the Sarabhai vision of using space technology for the concrete benefit of the people, and this legacy is not lost in competing with other countries or amidst glamorous or vanity projects. I have very fond memories of my long years in ISRO and of each of my colleagues in SITE and SAC ISRO, besides so many from our partner organizations. I also recall and miss those who are no longer with us. Sadly, much as I would have liked to, I am unable to join all of you in celebrating this very special occasion today. I know many have been involved and indeed delighted that so many of you have enthusiastically got together and taken the lead in organizing this event. My good friend and former colleague Arup Das Gupta has been in touch with me, as has Pramod Kale, and I do want to mention them for their special effort. My best wishes for a very successful and enjoyable event. Kiran Karnik.
Thank you, sir. It was a wonderful message. Now, before I invite Bhatia Saab for his speech, I would like to introduce him. Shri B.S. Bhatia ji joined ISRO in the early 1970s following his academic training in engineering. Initially contributed to the Satellite Instructional Television Experiment site in 1975, focusing on satellite-based educational broadcasting. Later, he promoted the use of EduSet for curriculum delivery and teacher training. He served as director of DECU, overseeing educational and developmental satellite applications. He also held the role of project director for the Gandhi Heritage Portal, Sabarmati Ashram. He is a member of the Governing Council of Vikram Sarabhai Community Science Center. Bhatia sir also served as Pro-Chancellor of RIMT University and Dean of Research at Sri Guru Granth Sahib World University. He is known for public speaking on digital communication and leadership. Bhatia sir, मैंने आपको पहले सुना था जब when I was an intern at Whitehead under Sri G.C. Jain sahib, और I am really a big fan of your speaking. Please.
Nilesh Bhai, Kartik Bhai, I see G.C. Jain is not there, not my friend Arup Das Gupta. Site was really a demonstration of how we can use satellite technology to reach out to the remotest areas, that it could reach rural areas much before you would even cover the urban areas through terrestrial transmitter. And therefore it was really an exercise in leapfrogging from no television to national television. Site demonstrated that we could reach out to remote rural areas, and Dr. Sarabhai was very keen on using this technology to reach out to really remote areas. For example, when we were trying to finalize the districts where site DRS would be installed, Sarabhai was keen that we should go to districts like Bastar. In fact, he wanted to go to that. Even on the Rajasthan side, he wanted that we should go to Jaisalmer, Barmer, and those more remote areas. However, because of the criteria of continuity of service, which All India Radio could not provide to places like Bastar or others, so we had to restrict ourselves and come down to those areas which were nearer the state capitals. But at that point of time, I can tell you many bureaucrats and many other people from other organizations did not believe in satellite technology. They in fact doubted whether this can ever work. They said, ये पता नहीं इसरो वाले क्या बोलते हैं, 36,000 किलोमीटर पे सैटेलाइट जाएगा और वहाँ से बीम करेगा और गांव में टेलीविजन पहुँचेगा. They were really skeptical about the whole thing, and many bureaucrats would say that this thing will not work in our country. But when the satellite was launched, the DG of Doordarshan, Shri P.V. Krishnamurthy, he was there, and he said that now I realize that this is going to work, and then we will have to sincerely try and get ready for the experiment. So it was really a surprise for many that this thing would work. Site also demonstrated that you can keep up such a system, that you can upkeep, maintain, run and operate it in a particular way. So I think this was a great demonstration of satellite technology which we could achieve through this experiment. I would only like to further say that as it was said, it is not that you are just working for the experiment, you are working for a total system which is the national system, which today has become more in sort of realized in the form of INSAT satellites, and it has led to various other experiments. We went to, well, someone was saying that we talked of spot beams in different languages, which we did through EduSet. So we went through a whole program and progress of satellite technology, which is a great thing. And I think I would like to congratulate Das Gupta and the organizers of this function for having taken that cover and put us all together. I thank you very much.
Introduce him. Shri Nilesh Desai sir, Director Space Application Center, joined Space Application Center, ISRO Ahmedabad in 1986 after graduating as a gold medalist in Electronics and Communication Engineering from LD College of Engineering. In his over 39 years of career in ISRO, he led design and development of ISRO's microwave radar, payloads, that is RISAT, OceanSat, NISA, Chandrayaan, and advanced synergetic applications in Earth observation, SatNav, and SatCom. Currently, as the Director of SAT, guiding R&D in NavIC, AIML, quantum technologies, and human spaceflight programs. He mentored teams in radar systems, embedded electronics, VLSI, FPGA design, and digital signal processing. Nilesh sir represented ISRO at International and GNSS Forum at CHED ICG 14. Recipient of ISRO Excellence Awards, IESA Kalam Award, DVCon Lifetime Achievement, and LD Ratna. He has been conferred DSc, PhD, and DLITT for contributions to radar and space systems. I will request now Nilesh sir.
Good morning. Jitna madam mentioned Nilesh sir. All of you are sir and madam for me. In fact, I am the, as I said, always I used to be odd man out. And today also I am odd man out. Especially on the dais and among yourself. In fact, I told Das Gupta sir and he asked me to come for this function that I would like to avoid this. Why? Not that I was not keen to celebrate site, but because in presence of so much stalwarts, so many stalwarts, so much accomplishment, it would be not fair on my part to sit as a chief guest here. Among all these, my mentors, my guides all throughout these years. So it is like I am as if I am insulting all of you sitting here. So I am sorry for this. So I was never part of a site, but of course closely associated with all the activities which all of us do. And like to remain out of sight. Not SIT, but SIG. Of course, all of you know that we are planning the celebration in week. Anyway, before that, let me greet all my seniors and guides on the dais. Kale sir, of course, he's mentor for all of us. Bhatia sir, Dasgupta sir, Din sir, and of course, our other guest of honor, Dr. Karthike sir, welcome sir, all of you. And again, I start with always, many of you know who are regularly coming to Sextile, Mankad sir and all other people who remain in touch. Many of you are all remaining in touch with me, with my other site colleagues, so they know. So let me always, as always, start with either disclaimer or apology. So today with apology again for coming late. It has become my habit, as it is. So I think that many of you are aware of that. It is like Duryodhana who used to say that in the end he told Arjun, it is not that what is good or bad I don't know, but my fitrat is like that. So I am like that. So sorry for that. Of course, I was coming from Gandhinagar. I live in Gandhinagar. Since I was late, I told driver to rush fast so that I can attend, at least save some time for all of you. So there are boards on highways, all of you know that. Better late than never. I was reading that. But all of you know George Bernard Shaw used to say that better never than late. Because if you are late, don't go, so that you can always have an excuse. Otherwise, your इज्जत बनी रहेगी at least. He will be busy with something, so he could not come for the conversation.
सर देर से आए मगर दुरुस्त आए.
Same way, Yagna madam read my biodata, so it was too big. It is not needed before all of you. It is like George Bernard Shaw, like what his dramas. Before that, they used to read his preamble. So his preamble used to run into lot many times, and then his drama used to be very short. So same way, I would like to keep my speech short, because as I said, I am not qualified to speak on site. It is not fair on my part to come up with various aspects. But in my association, as I told, I joined in 1990. No, not 1986. 1986 February. Completed almost 40 years now. So, and worked on micro remote sensing and many other technology developments. So, site was before that. So, only association is when I was a student, and especially in Vallabhvidyanagar, I studied schooling, and then in Gandhinagar. So, I used to go to that, there was a big garden there in Gandhinagar, Sector 29. So, there every day, evening in 6:55, that each transmitter will start. So, they had installed a TV there. So, I used to go there. So, eagerly waiting for that time. Go there 6:55 and then see the start of the programs. So, that was my only association. So, each transmitter was part of the site activity and all. So, that was my only association. I would like to see that. But the biggest thing about this, our achievements, all of your achievements, not mine, is that site which started with American support. Sir mentioned that we had hired a TS6 and then have a transponder and beamed the TV program all across the 2,400 villages. So it was a very largest mass mobilization program, and all of you were part of that. So thanks to all of you and compliments to all of you for achieving this great feat.
So we had been just a junior partner. In fact, we were at the mercy of American support and all. And this year, 30th July, we launched NISR, NASA ISRO Synthetic Aperture Radar. And then I had the fortune of working for that project almost 13 years. 2012 we started, 2025 finally we were able to launch that from Sriharikota with Indian launcher, with Indian satellite, and one radar was provided by GP and NASA, and one radar was developed at our Space Application Center, put together ALPN and SPN. It was launched on 30th July. And I will not hesitate to say, although we can always say we were equal partners in that project, but in fact we were the major partners in that. If you see overall contribution. So from being a very junior partner with US in 1975 when site was started, today, after 50 years, we have become, if not major, at least equal partner of US. So that is the achievement Indian space program has gone through. And thanks to what the pioneering efforts all of you put in, Director and his team, and of course the vision given by Dr. Sarabhai. So that is one aspect that I would like to mention. Second mention is, all of you know now India's space program is passing through some critical phase because government wants that it should be, private sector should become a very prominent partner in this, if not equal. So that means government wants for funding and all, now there won't be direct funding, everything will be user driven or application. There has to be application, there has to be user, then only they will come with requirement and then only there will be funding, and that funding also will be from users. Government is not going to fund in any way directly and all other programs, except for of course planetary and human space flight and all these programs. So that is the big change which has come in setting up of InSpace. All of you know it is headquartered in Ahmedabad. So what we lost with the death of Sarabhai, very untimely death due to which our headquarters was shifted to Bangalore, which all of us didn't like of course, and we are facing the consequences of that all these years. So something has come back to us with the headquarters of InSpace being located here. So they will be the facilitator as well as a regulator for all space activity, like TRI is for telecom. So that is the big change which has come, and the change is, as I mentioned, again what started. So what I was trying to mention, site was a totally user-driven program. There is some application in mind. Sarabhai started with all that only. That there should be some application which we are trying to fulfill with space technology. So that was our beginning of space program, and today again the wheel has turned full circle. In between, all of you know, we went on launching many satellites for which there were no takers. We used to launch and then scout around for searching for the users. And many satellites went and died that just like that with no user having used it. So again, as I said, wheel has turned full circle, and today everything will be user driven, and we are facing the consequences because Earth observation program and SATCOM program, we are not getting the funding because the government is also not interested, or users are not having that vision or foresight to plunge into these particular fields. So really it is a really critical situation, but we are hopeful that it will work out. And of course, our work doesn't stop because our activities have increased manifold, almost 4 or 5 times what used to be earlier during your days. We are that is activity from strategic sector and many other national programs, as I mentioned, too much emphasis on planetary exploration and now human space flight programs. So that is another big change which is coming up. Many question that whether really all these things are required and what we are going to, if you see, there are no tangible output or benefits by doing all these planetary exploration or human space flight. But these are also technologies necessary for a nation to grow and have a say in the diplomatic manner. Again, we are seeing the standoff with US and all these activities which we are facing the consequences. So unless you make our mark with technology achievements, so these things are also necessary. And in this regard, I had a very interesting debate. Sarabhai Sahab, Kartikeji will remember sometime 2 years back, I think, in AMA, when we were celebrating 12th August, Sarabhai's birthday. So there, like this, some talks were held. I was also part of that. And there was debate, and then my speech was there. So therein I mentioned that famous saying of Sarabhai that we want to use space research and technology for the benefit of common man and society, and of course for the country. So that all of you know. And then what I generally hide during my presentation, that we are not here to compete with advanced countries to go to Moon or Mars or put man in space. And today, talking with audience, that today all of you will feel that with Chandrayaan, Mangalyaan, Gaganyaan, ISRO is doing only that which Sarabhai said don't do it. So I stopped with my speech, and then after that, Kartikeji took the floor, and then he said, and he contradicted me. He said that Nilesh Bhai said this, but Vikram Bhai or Vikram Sarabhai didn't say that. He said that we want to do it in our own way, all these things. So it is not that we don't want to do it, we want to do it in our own way. So then I used to sarcastically remark, because I am not a very great fan of our rocket program or launch vehicle program or even satellites. And those people only have occupied the top post all these years. So that is the irony of the whole thing. Because so I used to sarcastically say, okay, that means we'll take 41 days to go to moon, when other countries take 4 or 5 days. But anyway, as sir said, it is our own innovative, with our limitations, how we utilize that and go to or achieve the technologies which we are going to, which will be needed, as I said. So those days when Sarabhai conceived the program, it may not be that relevant, but today it is equally relevant that we have Chandrayaan, Mangalyaan or Gaganyaan now. Of course, we are going to face a lot of problems, but we have to achieve that. So that is also necessary, but all of you know, and in ISRO we all know that is only 25-30% of our activity. This 70% is SATCOM or navigation or Earth observation and other activities which we do, even ground related activities. So these are all the changes which has come after the site program, and of course the genesis of everything started with site program. So I would like to compliment and congratulate all of you. You are all the pioneers who showed us the way, after which, as I said, one, having a user-driven or application-driven program. Secondly, how to use technology for the benefit of people. And then how to achieve what looked to be impossible. So that way Indian space program had been remarkable. But still, a lot more could have been done, especially what I mentioned. I'm generally considered as the odd man out, as I said, and critic of many things. But our launch program in satellite technology has not progressed to the extent payloads and applications have been achieved, what we have achieved in these fields. And that is the reality, whether people accept it or not. And only thing, as I also mentioned, the top posts have been always occupied by people whose progress is not that much as of this particular center. So I would like to compliment all the stalwarts who guided us all these years, especially Space Applications Center, last 55 years, due to which we were able to achieve. And you can imagine, because just like that, JPL or NASA will not come for cooperation. So that is the tribute to our capabilities in radar. After we launched RISAT-1, they came and they negotiated. The initial offer was that they will bring a radar in which we have to launch, provide services of satellite and launch vehicle. But we didn't agree to that, and we became equal or more than equal partners. So these are all the achievements possible because of the guidance given by all of you, and I would like to pay tribute to all your achievements and all your contributions especially. So that way it was nice that Gupta sir invited me here for this program. So let me offer once again my pranam to all of you for setting up the tone of our space program, especially at Space Applications Center, where I assure you that we are achieving many new achievements or laurels with our latest state-of-art technology. So for site, those days we did, but today you have IPTV or you have TV on your mobile or DTH is anywhere there. And now it is going to be similarly for in telecom sector, after site and step, we will now have a direct to device as they call it. Means your smartphone will become a sat phone. So you don't have to worry about that. Wherever you don't get connectivity, it will switch over to satellites. So with Bluebird and all, these experiments have already been proven in USA. And we are going to launch 2 Bluebird satellites through our launch vehicles in next couple of months. So this is going to be a technology which we are also working on. So days are not far when again this revolution will come after the mobile revolution where direct to device means, as I said, you don't have to worry. The same power of your smartphone, you'll be able to communicate through satellite. So not getting network will be thing of the past. So that is one change which is going to come. Second is related to quantum frontiers. So where again both these fields, SEC has taken the lead with the demonstration of quantum technology. So all these cyber frauds and digital arrest and all these things which we are hearing, especially with old people, all these frauds have been happening. So that will again be thing of the past with this quantum technology where OTP or password will be transmitted through quantum channels using light, photon of the light. So that is another experiment. So we are going to, already we have proven on ground and now in air also 300 meter, and we are going to launch 2 satellites. So work is going on for these 2 satellites. Lot of AI ML techniques which sir mentioned, they are being used for various of our activities for image processing and many other things. So lot many activities and lot many technologies are getting developed at SEC and the corresponding applications as well as satellites or payloads related to that. So really we had made very big progress with the foundation laid by all of you. So again I would like to thank all of you and assure you that we are going to achieve what would have been unthinkable few years or few decades of years back. So and for that all of you are responsible because what you taught us and what technology you provided, what guidance you provided, all these things have helped us in achieving all these company. Another change which is coming is, I forgot to mention that, is that edge computing and sir mentioned that we tried to simplify the satellite and complicate the ground station. That was the technology, the way we used to work all these years. But now it will be other way around. So we are complicating or making the satellite more and more complex. So we are going to launch a SDR satellite, especially for SATCOM, because we are discussing site today. So it will be a configurable satellite. So wherever traffic is high, so broadband connectivity, bandwidth can be on demand, bandwidth or demand sort of thing can be achieved. So the SDR based configurable SATCOM satellite. So that is already technology we have proven on ground, and now we are going to launch TDS2, Technology Demonstrator Satellite 2, which is going to have this SDR based configurable SATCOM satellite. Similarly, TDS1 is for quantum satellite. So there again we are going to achieve this quantum technology to be demonstrated in space. So and edge computing in lot many which is required for the Earth observation satellite where data rates are increasing. So we will be transmitting processed data instead of raw data. So that is another change which is coming up, and it is not far off. Direct to device may take some time, but all these technologies are already proven, and we have achieved that. So once again, I thank Das Gupta sir, Kale sir, and of course, I have 10 minutes. I will show what we have discussed related to our site celebration, which you have done. I didn't mention about that. So since all of you are very keen and we are also very keen that we should celebrate site in a big way, officially, in ISRO. So we have chalked out that program and we have clubbed it with celebration of 50 years of SAC also. Because all of us are part of SAC and that is also pending. So both these functions will be combined together and with the guidance of Kale Sahab under his leadership, we have a national organizing committee. Advisory committee which Kale Sahab is chairing and Kiran Kumar Sahab is co-chairing that, and many of these people are member of that, and Then we have a local organizing committee. So permit me then 5-10 minutes I take food.
Yes, yes.
PPT possible. So Kale sahab and Das Gupta sahab and other people. So that we like to date modified. ऊपर जो फर्स्ट पीपीटी होगा, पीपीटी आज का ट्रेल this 50 plus set, we have already completed 53 years and site at 50. Next. So we had the first meeting on I think 18th September, chaired by Kale sahab. And many people joined online and we were sitting inside. And then this news came, go back. The news was that because India-US relations are passing through standoff, so we had a doubt because site being a US supported program and NISR and all also I mentioned. So whether we'll get that much support from government to celebrate and then mention all these things. But meanwhile, our ambassador in US, he conducted a program there where he called Sunita Williams and other astronauts and Sudhan Shukla joined from here online and all that. And therein, again, it appears that thaw is now coming up. So relations are going to improve now, and we will be able to achieve what we are going to planning that. So he mentioned about starting the site. So site has been mentioned in that program. So that is one point I wanted to make. Then he mentioned about Chandrayaan program where we had collaboration with US, followed by NISR. So a lot of things he mentioned, and then these human space flight related axiom flights and all that. So considering all that, we had a long-standing relationship, and we expect and we feel that now with some improvement in this relationship, we will be able to mention also. And why it was important, because we are planning to call some VVIP for our function as a chief guest. And obviously that VVIP Modi Sahab, if he can come, not he, it is a president. So considering that in mind, all these things are important, because his approval or he is agreeing to coming for this function and all that has some connotations related to diplomatic aspect also. Next. This is the message. I think Kale sahab has already given the thing. So, Mr. Narayan was here 2 days back and he gave this message. We requested him. I called him for meeting with him also. Of course, discussion with him was not that pleasant because he was trying to. Of course, initially he only was pushing that we will give funding and all, but now some sort of backtracking is there, whether funding, what amount of funding we should be able to get from ISRO due to various financial issues, but we will work out. So we have to find out ways. Next is just this message, put it. And then this committee has been formed, as I mentioned, with Kale sahab chairing the National Advisory Committee. Next. Next. So this is that committee, Kale sahab chairing that and guiding all of us, and all our respected seniors who have been somewhere or the other connected with site and many other our programs, they are member of that. And of course other our stakeholders also, whether it is Prasar Bharati or NCRT, Broadcast Society, so all of them also we have roped in, with a member from PRL also. So we are trying to make it all inclusive, and the people who are really contributed for all these activities, so they will be guiding us next. And this is our local committee, because that has to finally execute what all of you will suggest. So we will like to invite all suggestions from all of you people also, related to site and related to SAC also. So because we are clubbing these both the programs and going to celebrate it in a good way. Next. So what we have debated in our initial discussions, and now we'll put it in a formal way and send it to ISRO headquarters for getting the funding approval. So whatever funding we can get from formally from ISRO, and then we'll see how we can work on that. So idea is 2 days program is what everybody is agreeing to, but we are open to that. Dates we have to work out. Initially we were thinking 28-29 November or 5-6 December. I think what I read was around 5th December, Putin is going to come here. So that date could be, if we are aiming at Prime Minister to be our guest, chief guest, then we will rethink. But dates will depend on the chief guest's availability. So that is not a major issue. Then there was suggestion of open house either on second day or third day, where everybody can join in that, especially ISRO family and even outside public also. If they want to visit SHETH's facility, they can have a glimpse. And of course, initially we were thinking, so stakeholders, around, I feel it is around 5,000 sort of numbers, 5,000 to 6,000, and plus what this, right now we have around 1,800 contract people also. They also part of this celebration or whatever we are planning. So these are the numbers we will have to handle, around 5,000 to 6,000. So obviously all of them cannot come physically, in person. They would like to come, but we are not able to accommodate them. So around 700, 800 could be number if we are doing it in auditorium. We have 2 auditoriums, so put together. Or now, sir, Palace sir, I would like to mention that there is suggestion if Prime Minister is coming, then they have their own requirement. So like when we inaugurated in space, that was big dome we are doing erect. So that will be in our SRC. So that place also we have identified, not subsequent to our first meeting. So SRC we can have a big dome. So then we can accommodate around 2,500 people at one go. So that half day we can have all inaugural program like this, what we have planned today. And then followed by lunch for everybody there itself. And then will be exhibition around that particular venue. So that will take care of many things together at one go in that half a day or almost 3/4 a day program initially. And people can have lunch, and then 50 or 60% of people can have a look at the other facility and go back. While rest all the other stakeholders of site and site, they can go to the auditorium. So that 700, 800 people will be part of the tactical session which we are planning, which Kale Sahab and Pranik Sahab and others are working out related to site, and we'll add SEC related things also into that. So what SEC has progressed, what all I told today in a video form and also that all we have planned. Inaugural session, as I mentioned, Chief Guest, we are aiming at Prime Minister. So hopefully he will come. I am doing the background. And then we need help from whoever can help in this endeavor to put in a word to him to get him here. So because that is will be important. So Karthik Bhai and many other people will see if they can help us to convince Prime Minister. Venue, as I mentioned, initially we thought of our site, Step Plaza and all, where we can have a gathering. But seeing the numbers and all, and the special requirement if PM or President come, then it will be the SRC ground will be the best venue. The dome erected and all other things taken care of. Other things, 2-3 things were just also whether renaming of site we can think of. If not now, sometime later also. But that right now will not take up. Similarly, new logo for SEC. SEC logo, all of you know. That was, I think, unveiled at the time when we completed 10 years. There were 10 rings and all. But whether that is a and then Hindi is missing in that is another point. So these 2-3 points, whether we can take care and have a, we did that exercise 2-3 times over this year, but I could not bring it to the logical conclusion. So that is, we will do crowdsourcing and then engage some and parties like NID or somebody who can fine tune it. So that is one way of doing it. But that also we can take up parallel next. And then many other things. Like today's program, getting message from Jubilee sir, then remembering all our directors who are no more. Similarly, felicitating all the directors, past and present, and then establishing a lecture series every year. These are all the actions we will take. Then videos related to their documentaries, then coffee table books. So these are all, that work has started. So many works are going on. But finally, we have to chalk out the final program. budget is the most important thing, which yesterday, 2 days back, when Das Gupta sir was there, we discussed with ISRO chairman also. And initially, we put him a number 5 to 7 crores. He was mentioning around 1 to 2 crores, so we'll have to see. So that was too much pruning and seeing the numbers. Numbers is the problem. And we wanted to give a memento, which other centers have given during their 50-year celebration. But they said there were financial objections from ministry and all that. But they have already done their job. So we said that we should also get equal charge to celebrate. So anyway, we'll try to manage. Sponsorship, last time we were thinking that why we should take sponsorship when ISRO is capable enough to fund its own thing, and there is no doubt about that, except for these bureaucrats who will put hurdles. But we'll see how, if required, then we will have to approach sponsors. So that we are keeping it as our backup. If nothing works out, sponsorship is one of the ideas. So these are all most of the things we have chalked out. Next. So this proposal, Kalesa and other people are already working on this, so we will not go into detail. Next. So 2 minutes only I'll take. So this program outline these 4 or 5 type of activities which we are planned out, and we are welcome to all suggestions from all of you and everybody, all those stakeholders of SHETH. Next. These are all things which are already worked out with support of our ex-DECO teams. Next. Whether media activity or print media. Next. Outreach and public support, that also will continue. Next. These are just remembering some of the sites. This is next. This is one old photograph with Kalesa was addressing new people in 1992 near Vikram Hall. Next. This is recently when our chairman went to Pune, and we also celebrated subsequently this before that when he went to meet. This is your famous building 24, Site Avenue and Step Plaza, and our ONC Earth Station. One idea was whether we can celebrate there itself, setting up the stage and all. Next. So that's all. These are what we have worked out. We invite all suggestions, and I'm hopeful that we will have a very big celebration. And you set the tone. So thank you all for calling me.
For your thought-provoking lecture. साइट हमारा पास्ट हमने जहाँ से शुरू किया और फ्यूचर में क्या होगा, मोबाइल ड्रिवन एप्लीकेशंस आपने बहुत अच्छी तरह से समझाया, और कुछ अच्छी और सच्ची चीजें आपने बहुत लाइटर वे में समझाई. So once again thank you for that. Now at the end of our inaugural session, I want to invite Shri JB Mode for vote of thanks. मोड भाई को आप सब जानते ही हैं, साइट में तो उसने बहुत किया ही है, पर ये प्रोग्राम को सक्सेसफुल बनाने में भी काफी लोगों का हाथ है, पर मोड भाई एज ए स्ट्रॉन्ग पिलर वो रहे हैं, तो मैं इसको इन्वाइट करूंगा.
आभार विधि. पहले तो मैं ये बात बोलूंगा कि चिंतन भाई ने बोला था कि गुजराती, हिंदी और इंग्लिश में बात कर सकते हैं. गुजरात में है तो गुजरात में तो बात करेंगे, हिंदी अपनी मातृभाषा है तो बात करेंगे, और अंग्रेजी जो है क्योंकि यूएस और इधर उधर जाना पड़ता है तो वो भी थोड़ा थोड़ा जानना जरूरी है. तो आज ये आभार विधि. पहले दूसरी बात ये है कि आभार विधि किसकी की जाती है. पहले मुझे थोड़ा ताजुब हुआ कि आपको आभार विधि करनी है. हम पहले कहते हैं कि साइट फैमिली, ये भी साइट फैमिली में है, ये भी साइट फैमिली में है, ये भी साइट फैमिली है, और आप सब साइट फैमिली में हो, तो फैमिली की विधि थोड़ी की जाती है कभी भी, है बताइए आप, मगर एक फॉर्मेलिटी रखी जाती है, इसलिए इस आभार विधि को भी करना पड़ता है. तो मैं सबसे पहले काले साहब, प्रोफेसर काले साहब पूना से यहाँ खुद का पैसा खर्च करके, हमने टिकट नहीं लिया. अरे ऐसे कम साइंटिस्ट हैं इसरो में जो खुद का बलिदान देके आगे बढ़ते हैं, उनमें से एक ही है। और
हम सबके लीडर हैं।
और लीडर तो क्या सिखाया ही उन्होंने कि कैसे स्टार्ट है, क्योंकि वो बात पे मैं चला जाऊंगा तो लंबी दास्तान हो जाएगी कि उन्होंने तो मुझे जो है बीच में छोड़ के आने के बाद बोले कि तुझे यही रहना है, समझ गए, गांव में। तब से मैं जीना सीखा साइड के लिए। तो ये है काले साहब। और दूसरी बात ये है कि अहमदाबाद का कोई भी प्रोग्राम हो और काले साहब न हो, ऐसा कभी हो ही नहीं सकता। वो कैसी भी परिस्थिति हो, काले साहब खुद का पैसा खर्च करके ट्रेन लेके, आज भी देखिए वो सुबह 4 बजे उठे होंगे, फ्लाइट पकड़ी होगी, यहाँ आए हैं 7, 8, 7:30 बजे, ये पूरा करके शाम को वापस जाने वाले हैं। तो वो भी इस एज में, समझ के, और हम 75 साल में कहते हैं थक गए, और ये देखिए आप। तो ये है काले साहब, तो जिन्होंने हमारा इनविटेशन स्वीकारा है और यहाँ मौजूद हैं, इनके लिए मैं धन्यवाद करता हूँ। और आगे भी ऐसे ही आते रहें, ऐसी आशा करता हूँ। इसके बाद जो है नीलेश भाई, डॉक्टर नीलेश भाई, डायरेक्टर सेट, इनको कितना मजा आता होगा नीलेश भाई को, कि जहां से खड़े हुए वहां पे आज जो ऊपर चले गए, समझ गए, जहां बैठे थे वहीं से आज ऊपर चले गए, और वो भी उनकी कार्यदक्षता थी, इसकी वजह से गए, समझ गए। इनके लिए इतना बिजी शेड्यूल रहता होगा उनका, और क्योंकि हम भी सेट में थे, डायरेक्टर की क्या क्या हालत होती थी, समझ गए, यूनियन से लेके चेयरमैन तक, समझ गए, हर एक को झेलना पड़ता था। उनके बगल में बैठे हैं, उनको भी यही बात है। तो ये टाइम निकाल के जिस लेक्चर दिया है इन्होंने, जिस तरह से, और जिस तरह से जहां खोलनी किताब चाहते थे वहां खोल दी, समझ गए, और जहां बंद रख के बात करनी थी वो भी कहीं कहीं से खोल के बात करी है, समझ गए। इसके लिए मैं, इन्होंने दूसरी बात कि इसरो का आगे का प्लान क्या है, प्रेजेंट प्लान क्या है, क्योंकि काफी हम लोगों को ये मालूम नहीं होता है, क्योंकि आजकल रिटायर्ड होके, बुढ़े होके घर में बैठे हैं। कभी कभी किसी का फोन आता है तो बोलते हैं हाँ इसरो की बात चल रही है, मगर उन्होंने हमें अवगत किया इसके लिए मैं उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ। और दूसरी बात कि ऐसे फंक्शनों में आते रहे, और कभी कभी ये रिटायर्ड लोगों को बुलाते भी रहे। उसके बाद आगे चले तो ये कैसे भूल सकते हैं, ये तो मैं बुलाओ कि नहीं बुलाऊंगा तो जरूरी जिन्होंने डेप्यूटी डायरेक्टर बहुत योगदान दिया है, इनकी तबीयत ठीक नहीं होने की वजह से वो नहीं आने वाले थे, फिर भी आज मंच पे आके बैठे हैं, और मुंह पे ऐसा नहीं लग रहा है कि कोई बीमारी है। मुझे तो जब देखा लगा कि ये तो ऐसे ही बोल रहे थे, बीमारी नहीं है, मगर ऐसे में भी वो आके हमें 2 शब्द कहे। हमने जो कार्यक्रम किया है सेलिब्रेशन, गोल्डन सेलिब्रेशन का, उनको बढ़ावा दिया है, हमारी टीम को बढ़ावा दिया है, और इन्होंने जो साइट में काम किया था बहुत कम लोगों ने किया है, दैट इज ए विलेज सिलेक्शन, गांव का सिलेक्शन करना, कहाँ पे क्या कराना है, समझ गए, वहाँ का डाटा इकट्ठा, प्रोग्राम ऐसा बनाया कि वहाँ का डाटा इकट्ठा करके क्या सोशल इम्पैक्ट होगा साइट तक, वो इन्होंने प्रूव करने की कोशिश करी। तो इनके लिए मैं यहाँ धन्यवाद, और जो बच्चे जिनका तो करने की जरूरत है। और ये जो प्रोग्राम से थोड़ा अब बिजी शेड्यूल की वजह से डॉक्टर सारा भाई चले गए, वो भी इतने बिजी रहते हैं, और वो भी ऐसे, इनके लिए ये फंक्शन बहुत छोटा होता है, फिर भी हमारे पास आके हमें 2 शब्द कह के और हमें अप्रिशिएट करके ये साइड प्रोग्राम के लिए उन्होंने जो कहा है वो हमें याद रखना. वी शुड रिमेंबर व्हाट ही सेड एंड वी शुड इम्प्लीमेंट इन अवर लाइफ टाइम टू टाइम, वेदर वी आर यंग or we are old. We should remember his word, what he has said. So thank you for his coming also and celebration of this function, his presence. बाकी जेल दादा तो मालूम. और दूसरे एक क्या कि प्रोफेसर चिटनी साहब आज 100 साल की उम्र में काले साहब के पास बैठ के बात करना साइड के लिए वो एक बहुत बड़ी बात है. अभी 80, 85, 90 पे तो है, तो ऐसा होता है. जब इन्होंने कुछ बात करी और वो भी रिकॉर्ड करी, वो रिकॉर्ड हमारे इंस्ट्रूमेंट की वजह से नहीं ठीक से सुनाई दिया, मगर काले साहब ने हमें इसके अवगत किया है. इसलिए मैं उनका भी धन्यवाद करता हूँ और सबसे ज्यादा मैं आप लोगों का धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि इतनी तादाद में आके इस प्रोग्राम को सक्सेस बनाया है. थैंक यू वेरी मच. नाउ आई रिक्वेस्ट एवरीबडी दैट वी शुड हैव ए फोटोग्राफ विथ ऑल ऑफ अस टुगेदर टू रिमेंबर लॉन्ग टाइम. मुझे नीलेश सर से एक बात कहने की रह गई, तो मैं जरा 2 शब्दों में कहूँ. ये है कि पहले मैं घड़ी देखता था कि नीलेश सर बोल रहे हैं कि मैं अभी बंद कर रहा हूँ. तब जो है लंच के लिए मैंने 12:30 का टाइम दिया था और उस टाइम था 12:10. मैंने कहा 20 मिनट तो मैं बोलूंगा नहीं आभार विधि में, तो 20 मिनट निकालेंगे कैसे? वो खाने वाला तो 12:30 बजे ही लगाएगा. मगर नीलेश सर ने हेल्प किया कि उनको और बड़ा ये थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Yes, now ready for the photographs. Wait. Wait. થઈ જશે રે. વેટ લે વેટ કહેજો. વેટ
मेरा फोन में ले लीजिए.
હા
पीछे भी आगे जाओ पीछे
पी लो
બેઉમાં લઈ લો.
पी लो.
આમાં તો આખો નથી આવતો, આખોનો ફોન. વેટ સર વેટ.
पी लो.
Done. Cheer up.
तो एक बार हम बॉम्बे स्टूडियो देखने के लिए गए थे. वहाँ एक मेरे चाचा रहते थे बॉम्बे में, तो मैं और जैन साहब को मेरे चाचा को मिलने गए. तब मेरे चाचा ने पूछा कि आप करते क्या है इसरो में, क्योंकि उस टाइम इसरो इतना पॉपुलर नहीं था. तब जैन साहब ने अपनी खुद की अदा में कुछ आधे घंटे तक या उससे भी ज्यादा समय तक मेरे चाचा को साइट के बारे में समझाया और उसी टाइम मुझे साइट का पूरा ज्ञान हुआ. तब तक मैं छुट कर ऐसा कुछ होने वाला है, ऐसा कुछ होने वाला है, कहीं से बात मिलती है. कर्णिक साहब पे आते थे, सॉफ्टवेयर के बारे में बात करते जाते थे. अभी सॉफ्टवेयर जो आज सॉफ्टवेयर है वो और उस टाइम जो सॉफ्टवेयर था वो दोनों बहुत डिफरेंट है. मगर वो सब सुनते थे मगर वो कुछ पल्ले नहीं पड़ता था. तो जब जैन साहब ने मेरे चाचा को समझाया तो चाचा भतीजा ने साथ में समझ लिया साइट किया है. इतनी छोटी सी बात कह के हम अपना नेक्स्ट सेशन आगे बढ़ाते हैं. आपके पास यदि पुराना यदि प्रोग्राम हो तो उसमें थोड़ा सा परिवर्तन है कि अब यहाँ से हमारी ट्रेन चालू होगी, बीच में कोई टी ब्रेक नहीं आएगा. इट इज बॉम्बे स्टाइल में बोलूँ तो इट इज डबल फास्ट ट्रेन, 2 डब्बे वाली. आई मीन 2 सेशन वाली, तो एक के साथ एक सेशन जुड़ गए हैं और ये पूरा करके ही हम लोग आईटी के लिए जाएंगे। इतना कह के मैं फिर से हमारे फैमिली मेंबर और मेरे घर की चेयरमैन को ये माइक देता हूँ।
Okay, hello and welcome to all in post-lunch session. इस सेशन के चेयरपर्सन हैं श्री आशिक गर्ता और श्री किरण भाई आवाशिया। वो लोग अपनी स्पीच दें, उससे पहले मैं उन लोगों का इंट्रोडक्शन दूंगी। और ये सेशन क्योंकि लंच के बाद है और इंटरेस्टिंग होगा, इसलिए किसी को नींद भी नहीं आएगी, क्योंकि एक जर्नलिस्ट है और एक तो अच्छा रहेगा। Let me introduce them. Shri R.C. Garg joined ESCES ISRO in 1969 after completing M.Tech in Advanced Electronics from Calcutta University in 1964 and brief stint at ITI. Played a key role in India's early settlement and Apple, focusing on technology transfer and indigenous development. He held leadership positions including head of DES, GM of EFTF and director of EDRIN. He mentored teams in microwave, optical fiber and satellite communication system. Garg Saab worked at NR University as adjunct professor and contributed to collaborative satellite projects at several places. He has published 20 research papers and authored books on microwave technology. Garg Saab chaired IEEE and held leadership roles in over 15 national and international professional bodies. अभी मैं श्री धीरेन जी अवाशिया का इंट्रोडक्शन दूंगी। सब जानते होंगे पर ये फॉर्मेलिटीज तो कंप्लीट करनी पड़ेगी। He is a journalist turned electronic media exponent turned to media and education advisor. He joined journalism in the early 1970s and received the Outstanding Journalist Award for courageous coverage of Gujarat floods in 1973, youngest recipient to date. Later, he pioneered the concept of electronic media education centers in Indian universities with support from SHETH ISRO during and after SITE program. Dhirenji served as a media director and advisor to the then Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Narendra Modi ji. He has traveled extensively for education and communication projects. Currently, he is the Chief Administrative Officer of Gujarat Vidya Sabha, a 170-year-old institute promoting literature, education and social reform. He serves on key committees of government and non-government organizations. He has a fond of music and walking. Now session is handed over to you, sir.
A.R. Das Gupta and his team for organizing one-day meet on site, a unique experiment in the world of its kind. My plan to conduct this session I will give some 15 minutes talk of my personal experience, interaction with the bosses, and for doing work in the site and other projects. And then I will hand over to the floor to Mr. Avashia, who is the co-chairman, and will conduct session with his colleagues from software and administration. See, after doing work of first commercial station at RV near Pune, SKS took the responsibility of building modifying the Ahmedabad station, known earlier as SKS, to do extensive change. Except the antenna, everything was to be changed, development. For that, I will not going to talk many technical things because in the morning session, Kale Sahab has given enough, covered all the technical aspect of site and other projects. So I will just keep interaction, personal interaction over doing the work in site and subsequent projects. Pansa, who was the SKS director at that time, he formed the group, 4 group, namely HPA, for doing the modification work and development work in a station. HPA and up and down converters for Pramod Kumar, then Mohanty for antenna and feed, and 3 large modems. I was having a good experience in ITI of R&D and did a lot of work in RV station. I was expecting a leadership role will come to me, but it was not coming. So meanwhile, the another organization headed by Wing Commander Rao, he wanted us to give some responsibility this thing. I gave my consent to them. This was really part of Pansa, and then he approached Sarabhai to stop us for going out of sight. We were 4 people were called, summoned by Sarabhai in PRL. First was Sitaram. When Sitaram was called, Sarabhai Sahab said, you are going next week to NRSA for training, NASA for training, and how you can change your think on this one. He said, sorry sir, I will not. Then Mr. Leo Lasrado, I don't know what was his grievance because he was given a good director, but he wanted to work with Dr. K.R. Rao, who was to set up some various stations in the country. And he talked in confidence with Dr. Sarabhai. We don't know what he talked, but 15 months, but he was tried again for working in site. He was not allowed to. Then Venkateshwaran was also called. He said, sorry sir, I'm not going. Then he called me, 4th. Dr. Sarabhai told me very clearly, why you people don't decide how I run my organization when you people live and don't decide in time? Sir, I told very clearly, I'm just telling you the ISRO culture. We are ready to, I was just in their SC at that time, and security I'm talking. So I say, sir, if one director is not giving a portion of work of my liking, another director give me a chance. So where I'm living is kindly allow? No. Pansa, you see that he is given suitable responsibility. Anyway, Pansa did not realize, and I start working under Pramod Kumar for development of up and down control link with the help of Mr. Sargar, S.C. Gupta, Mrs. Dave, and few more engineers whom I am not able to recall. And we did actually within record time did the development work of uplink and downlink. One thing was missing was that we could not compensate for the group delay in the downlink. Pansa was very happy that we had done good work, so he sent me for 3 months training program by KDT, is equivalent to ISRO in Japan. And good thing about Japanese is they don't give you technical information. They take you everywhere, give the exposure of their cultural program, but they will not give much technical information. So when I was visiting Yamaguchi station and Ibaraki station, I made some person friendly the engineer in charge, he gave me the design in my room, in the hotel where I was staying, design of the station group delay, circuits and technical literature. I brought, then I gave to S.C. Gupta those design and this thing, he made the things possible that we could design the group relay circuits, which was very small but was very tricky in design for compensating. Anyway, Pansa was very happy with us and he gave me responsibility of two group leaders, position of two group leaders. One was tacking and servo and another was installation group. I finished this job with the tacking and servo was with S.T. Roy and Virendra Garg. Both worked for this. And maintenance, installation work was with Venkatesh and other team, Vian Arora, S.C. Ghosh, so many. While maintaining that, as I told you, the only antenna was to be worked, so servo system was not working properly. So I took the help of our friend S.D. Roy, who was fresher from Jadavpur city. I found there is a lot of misleading information in the manuals. I thought, then I resolved. It took a lot of time to make it okay, and then I resolved that I will not do any work in future in ISRO and import anything wherever possible. And I kept my words till I worked for 32 years in ISRO. After this work was over, then there was a rumor or some information was going on that Professor Yashpal was taken, he would like to make a reorganization under SAC. So I approached Pansa. Why I am telling this interaction? Because we were ready, free to work. For working, we were able to interact with anybody in ISRO. Went to Pansa, sir, last time I missed the bus. Are you giving some important position in where he cited the example of Einstein. I say he was given director, but he continued to work as a professor. I kept quiet, I can't do, dejected, came to my room in the cellar station. Then I got a call from M.M. Shah congratulating me. Oh, your headache is, I don't know what. Perhaps Kalesa might have recommended or Thakur Sahab might recommended, because Yashpal Sahab, we don't have much interaction. Anyway, so that's why I came in the site operation. After that, this operation, I went with the order because it was to be taken with immediate effect. I went to Pansa. Sir, you are new to this. I don't know why you are given this position. Okay, sir, no problem. But you are new, so don't take work from, because work of operation was started 2 months back and was being done very capability, with very good capability by Dr. Stogi, S.C. Gupta, R.K. Gupta, 3-man show with supported by other people. You, all right? I just went to Dr. Stogi, please guide me on this. He says, he was very busy, in fact. Both the 3 people were very busy, so very difficult. So self-learning I did for 1 week. And then I came to 2 people, S.C. Gupta and R.K. Gupta, were to go on leave, personal work, and he was also going on for 15 days. I went to Dr. Stogi. Please let us take the handover, takeover. Do the handover, takeover with immediate effect as per the order. we got it. He said, the still inventory list is not ready. He said, don't worry, let us take it. I just took this thing and called the meeting in control room for all the engineers. And really, I was really very afraid of, because the protocols I was not aware. Training for doing in the site operation were 2 people were sent, Mr. Sitaram and Dr. Stogi. I was just changing with course. And then form the teams who can say shift in charges, coordination, control room in charge, maintenance in charge, Venkateshwara, and coordinator, Mr. P. Muralidhar. And for R&R equipment, Mr. S. C. Gupta, and program tracking, A.K. Sangal. These are the things I manage and issue the order. Once I've called me, then how you can issue order? This is, you can't issue order. I said, sir, giving functioning designation, I have got empowered for doing this. I am not given any financial power to none. Anyway, he was convinced. Work went, and there was a smooth operation after that. Only thing is, after 1 week, one fine morning in Sunday, I got a call in my home, it was Sunday, that both the HPA after transmission are down. And there will be no transmission in the evening. So I sounded Mr. Mohanty, who was the head of secondary station, Delhi. I told him, please be ready. We may not able to transmit. Then I told Pansab said, okay, you take the help of Leo, designer of the HPs. Went there. And he was my neighbor, Leo. So I went to him. I said, sir, we want to take your help for the HP. Then point blank he told me, well, how long I have to support you? When you people will learn. Okay, can't do. Then we sent the vehicle to Mr. Pidhar, who was assisting Leo Lasrado. He came, but before he came, my management, that maintenance team under Venkateshwara and D.N. Arora, S.C. Ghosh, they were in the HP hut, very hot. Some of them removed their shirt and trying to replace the burnt transports in HP. And when I reached there, I found all were in position and doing the job. And within half an hour, one HP was made operational. And the second HP was made okay by the time evening transmission was taken to the Delhi station with the help of Dharanada. After that, transmission and the site experiment was very smoothly done. There was no problem. I did not have any interaction much, scolding from Professor Chitnis for failing anything on this aspect. But only thing was the interaction was there with DRS as well as software people, because they will have to deal with outside people. So they were sometimes scolded by Professor Chitnis. Our station was forgiven for them. Anyway, after working this, of the satellite lessons, I thought briefly I will tell the work which we did, because the lesson we got that without much experience, we took the responsibility and then satisfactorily. there are so many work which we done in the Apple side projects, but I think I will only briefly tell those points where we had interaction with bosses and important work. So we came to know that INSAT project has come, where Mr. Kale, who was project director at that time, sitting in Bangalore, he got the offer from NEC Japan, a turnkey project for MCF. And perhaps they wanted, because the time was less, we came to know, approach Professor Ishpan. Sir, we have done so much work in our stations, and if we don't do work for our need, then who will believe? We always tell people, okay, you take from ISRO, we will do, ISRO will do for you. Who will believe us? We got convinced. We called Professor Dhawan. He came in one of the meetings. We were all called, myself, Mohanty, MM, Shah and other people, in director conference room. Professor Dhawan told me, see, satellite is very costly and we can't take risk. Why? I say, sir, there is a specifications, interface specification. Let them put very stringent specification limit. And what about cost? Very cost, meaning I know Japanese people, they give very cheap in the offer, but speak in the maintenance. When the maintenance and moreover system has to be maintained, you have to call people from NEC Japan. They my information in say my experience in Ahmedabad station, I say that generally they don't give the proper documentation. Then what about time? When we are not having any experience, we have done the site development for site, we will do this. He agreed. Okay, I will talk. And then he told that yes, SAC can do this. Project director was made Mr. Mohanty and I was made project manager. Basically, all work was to be done except the antenna and feed to be done by Shankar. Feed was Shankara and antenna, he was the project director, antenna was MMG. We did this thing within 3 months of, 3 years time was given to us. We did the work in 2.5 years. And when I was, there was a delegation under Sathe, Information Broadcasting Minister, along with Professor Dhawan and various MDs from ITI, Indian Defence Agencies, ECIL, ARLO, and Secretary DOS, Secretary Communication. Just telling him what work we have done for this. Then Mr. Sathe asked me, where is our uplink? You are not showing any uplink thing. I said, okay, I'll just finish.
Were there a lot of speakers in this?
I'll just. Okay. All right, so I will finish this work. I think I've taken more time. I was thinking only 15 minutes. So all right, see, finish my work. That means I learned a lesson from site and subsequent projects of micro remote sensing and other thing. That if you have a good team support of willing workers, any work can be done, even if you are in the field, which is new field. Thank you very much. As I told you, I will call now Mr. Subhash Gupta first. So hardware people I will call first and then give 7 minutes.
Done by man. They said there is one thing that did not happen during site. So Chief Minister asked them what it was. He said, during this entire year, not a single minute of broadcast time was lost.
Yes.
That's in his interview had said on his 100th birthday.
मैं मिस्टर दासगुप्ता और उनकी टीम का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं कि उन्होंने ये फंक्शन अरेंज किया और मेरे लिए पर्सनली ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट था कि आई कुड मीट ऑल द ओल्ड फ्रेंड्स। और मेरी जो प्रेजेंटेशन है वो टेक्निकल कम होगी और हिस्टोरिकल जहाँ उस पर मैंने ज़्यादा टच किया है, तो मैं इससे शुरू करता हूँ। मैंने ज्वाइंट सैक इन 1971। एक बस 44/1 आती थी। आई ज्वाइंट एसकेस, सॉरी आई करेक्टेड, नॉट सैक। 44/1 एक बस आती थी जो 2 बार सवेरे आती थी और 2 बार शाम को आती थी लाल दरवाजा से। और ब्यूटी ये थी कि अगर वो बस आप मिस कर दो तो आपके पास 2 ही ऑप्शंस थे। या तो आप सैक से नेहरू नगर तक पैदल जाओ, जहां कोई एसकेस की गाड़ी जा रही है उसमें लिफ्ट लो, जहां किसी को स्कूटर वाले को, जो हमारे यहाँ जो हमारे कोलीग्स थे उनमें किसी को पकड़ो और उसके साथ आप जाओ। दूसरा, एसकेस का जो एड्रेस था वो पोस्ट बॉक्स एड्रेस था। देयर वाज नो मेलिंग एड्रेस फॉर एसकेस। और उस टाइम पे मिस्टर सेनगुप्ता सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर होते थे और वाघेला और खान ये 2 डिस्पैच राइडर होते थे। वो जो सवेरे और शाम नवरंगपुरा पोस्ट ऑफिस जाके डाक लाते थे और अगर किसी को बहुत अर्जेंट मैसेज देना होता था या कुछ करना होता था तो नवरंगपुरा पोस्ट ऑफिस जाके वो वहां जो नवरंगपुरा बस स्टैंड के ऊपर एक टेलीग्राफ ऑफिस होता था, वहां से टेलीग्राम की जाती थी। और एसकेस कैंपस में आना जाना बहुत आसान था, कोई हैसल्स नहीं थे, जैसे कि कोई सीएसएफ इन्वॉल्व नहीं थी, कोई कुछ इन्वॉल्व नहीं था। केपीआर मेनन हमारे जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑफिसर थे वो एक अकेले इंसान थे जो टाई पहनते थे। और ब्यूटी ये थी कि उनका 2 बार ड्राइविंग टेस्ट हुआ और वो दोनों बार फेल हो गए। और फाइनली उन्होंने जो इंस्ट्रक्टर था उसको बोला, जानते नहीं हो मैं सैटेलाइट में काम करता हूं। तो इस बेसिस पे उनको ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस मिल गया। पंत साहब, उनके बारे में मैं बाद में भी बात करूंगा, बट इनवेरिएबली नेहरू नगर से जोधपुर टिकरा आते हुए जहां शाम को वापसी जाते हुए किसी ना किसी को पिकअप करते थे और ड्रॉप करते थे। और ये ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ था, हमने कभी भी पंत साहब को इस पैच में नेहरू नगर से सैक एसकेस उस टाइम का हमने उनको अकेले स्कूटर पे जाते नहीं देखा। और न्यू स्कूटर जो था उस टाइम पे इजीली अवेलेबल कमोडिटी नहीं थी, क्योंकि एक तो अगर बजाज जैसा स्कूटर लेना होता था तो आपको कई साल पहले बुक करना पड़ता था। मैंने खुद अपना कैरियर एक साइकिल से स्टार्ट किया था, फिर मैंने 5 साल इंजीनियरिंग करने से पहले मैंने कलकत्ता में अपने सिस्टर के यहाँ बुक किया था, तो मेरा स्कूटर आ गया, तो वो फिर मैंने स्कूटर पे मूव किया। और मैं ये इस हाउस के सामने कहते हुए मुझे मतलब वो है कि मैं सबसे ज्यादा जो एसकेस के जितने लोग थे उन सब में से ज्यादा रैश ड्राइवर था। और गाड़ी के मतलब ये बात की बात है, मेरा कभी एक्सीडेंट नहीं हुआ और गाड़ी के सबसे ज्यादा एक्सीडेंट हुए जो गाड़ी यहाँ पे बैठा हुआ है। और जो यंग इंजीनियर्स थे जो हमारे इंजीनियर्स थे एसकेस के इंजीनियर्स, उनमें ज्यादातर बैचलर्स ही थे और कुछ मैरिड थे। और वो मैरिड वही थे जो आर्मी एसोसिएशन से जिनका लिंक रहा था, और वो सारे हमारे सीनियर्स थे। तो जो हमारा जो बैचलर ग्रुप का जो बैकग्राउंड था वो ग्रुप बहुत स्ट्रांग था। फिर उस टाइम पे क्योंकि यहाँ पे हमारे एक कैंटीन मैनेजर होते थे एनएस पसरीचा, और उन दिनों में क्योंकि ये इंटरनेशनल ट्रेनिंग का हॉस्टल था, तो जो खाने का स्टाइल, जो खाने की क्वालिटी और जो खाना हमें मिलता था वो इतना लेविश और इतना डेली स्वीडिश होती थी, कोई कूपन नहीं होता था,
खाने के पैसे सैलरी से मंथ के एंड में कटते थे, और कोई मतलब उसको आप, मैं आज की भाषा में कहूं तो मैं कहूंगा कि 5 स्टार खाना मिलता था हमारे को। और उसकी वजह से क्या होता था कि जो बैचलर्स थे वो मतलब या तो काम करते थे या फिर पिछली जगह का बना हुआ खाना खाते थे। इवनिंग में जो है, इवनिंग में रूटीन क्या था कि पीआरएल में खाना मिलता था, पीआरएल में खाना खाते थे और अटीरा के लॉन्स में बैठते थे। तो मतलब जो रियली उस टाइम पे जो एटमॉस्फेयर था, कोई गम नाम की चीज नहीं थी। और मजेदार बात यह है कि और जो जिनको ज्यादा शौक था या जिनकी पॉकेट ज्यादा अलाउ करती थी, वो गुजरात कॉलेज के सामने जो कॉलेजियन रेस्टोरेंट है वहां पे खाना खा लेते थे। और संडे को जो दिस इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग, संडे को ये जितने बैचलर्स लोग थे वो आईएम ग्राउंड में क्रिकेट खेलना उनके लिए एक किस्म से मैंडेटरी होता था। और वो शायद उस टाइम की लाइफ का सबसे एंजॉयबल पल था। Give me some time. नहीं, I understand, but ये थी सैक के प्री सैक। Okay, I try to be brief, but you have to give me some time. I have come from Delhi for this, sir.
खाना बहुत खिलाया।
नहीं, मैं I am coming to that.
1.5 मिनट दे दो।
अच्छा, जैसे कि डॉक्टर साहब ने बताया, एसकेस की प्राइम रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी इंडिजिनियस स्टेशन, मतलब मेनली अहमदाबाद स्टेशन को मॉडिफाई करना। और 7 ग्रुप थे जिसमें एंटेना फीड, हाई पावर एम्पलीफायर, पैरैम्प मिस्टर रस्तोगी का द लो नॉइज एम्पलीफायर, अप डाउन कन्वर्टर्स, प्रमोद कुमार जी और गर्ग साहब, और मॉडम में लाल साहब थे। और ऑपरेशन जो है मिस्टर सीताराम के अंडर था, और एंटीना और मैकेनिकल वर्क जो है मिस्टर एमएम शाह देखते थे, और डॉक्टर रस्तोगी जो है वो ट्रेनिंग देखते थे। जब सैक बन गया 1972 में, तो बाद के जो ग्रुप्स थे जो बाहर थे, जैसे मैसेक था, ईएसडी था जो पहले डॉक्टर बीएस राव के साथ था, फिर काले साहब ने टेक ओवर कर लिया, और दे स्टार्ट मूविंग इनटू एसकेएस कैंपस। और उसके साथ साथ जो सॉफ्टवेयर ग्रुप जो जब प्रोग्राम प्रोडक्शन स्टूडियोज और ये चीजें आई, तो जो एसकेएस का कैंपस बड़ा नीरस था वो थोड़ा बहुत रंगीन हो गया। और उन दिनों में बहुत फैब्रिकेशन एक्टिविटी रहती थी। आजकल बहुत कुछ चीजें आउटसोर्स हो जाती हैं। ड्राफ्ट्समैन होते थे, पीसीबी आर्ट वर्क होता था, फोटो लैब होती थी, हमारा एक फोटोग्राफर होता था जो पीसीबी बनाता था, और एक हमारे परचेज ऑफिसर होते थे केवी रमनी। अहमदाबाद में कुछ नहीं मिलता था, तो सबसे ब्यूटी ये थी कि हर वीक परचेज का एक बंदा बॉम्बे जाता था और लेमिंगटन रोड से सामान डेवलपमेंट के लिए जो इंजीनियर्स को चाहिए होता था तो लाता था। So this was then in 1973 I was deputed to Radio Research Laboratory जापान, मतलब जो कि नासा का इसरो का इक्विवेलेंट है जापान में, और ATS-6 की स्टेशन कीपिंग के लिए रेंज एंड रेंज रेट इक्विपमेंट वहां से लाके अपने यहाँ पे इंस्टॉल करने का मेरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी मेरे को थी। और ये जो है, जब मैं पीछे मुड़कर देखता हूं तो मेरी एज सिर्फ 22 साल थी, और मेरे को 2 या 3 साल का एक्सपीरियंस था कॉलेज से पास होने के बाद। ये इसरो जैसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में हो सकता है कि इतनी बड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इतने यंग कंधों पे डाल के आप आश्वस्त हो जाओ कि आपको कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगी ना। जब ये इक्विपमेंट हम लेके आए तो सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम ये आई कि वो 60 साइकिल पे चलता था, वो 50 साइकिल पे नहीं चलता था, और 115 वोल्ट चाहिए थे क्योंकि यूएस स्टैंडर्ड पे चलता था। हमारे इंजीनियर होते थे एमजे अडवाणी, वो एक ऐसे जीनियस बंदा था। और इसमें एक और रिक्वायरमेंट थी कि इट रिक्वायर्ड कांस्टेंट नो इंटरप्शन पावर सप्लाई, क्योंकि उसमें एक टाइम स्टैंडर्ड हमारे को मेंटेन करना होता था, जो आईएसआई या उससे जो एटॉमिक क्लॉक है उसके ऑलमोस्ट नियरली इक्विवेलेंट हमको मेंटेन करना होता है, क्योंकि ये इक्विपमेंट हम स्टेशन कीपिंग के लिए यूज करते थे। तो मुझे उस बंदे ने ये इसरो की कल्चर है, उस बंदे ने 60 साइकिल का जनरेटर बना दिया और पूरा साल में एक बार भी ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि वो पूरी जो फैसिलिटी हमने ऑल्टरनेट मोटर और ऑल्टरनेटर बनाई वो कभी भी डाउन हुई हो, जिसकी वजह से हमारे को रेंजिंग करने में हमारे को कोई प्रॉब्लम आई। अच्छा, फिर एक और बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग चीज है कि जब डेवलपमेंट हम हार्डवेयर का कर रहे थे तो शाम को ना 5 से 5:30 बजे पंसाब एडमिन बिल्डिंग से, आई होप एवरीबॉडी नोज एडमिन बिल्डिंग, जो हमारे टाइम हम उसको एडमिन बिल्डिंग बोलते थे, अभी बिल्डिंग्स आई एम टोल्ड के नंबर्स हो गए हैं उनके, तो एडमिन बिल्डिंग से ओएनसी बिल्डिंग आ जाते थे। तो ये जो 5 से 5:30 बजे आते थे, उससे जो लोग मैरिड लोग थे कुछ, उनको बहुत कई बार तकलीफ हो जाती थी, क्योंकि वो उनका जाने का टाइम होता था, तो दे ऑब्वियसली हैड द प्रॉब्लम। बट पर्सनली स्पीकिंग, जब मैं अपने एक्सपीरियंस से बोलता हूं, मैंने पंसाब के साथ कई बार स्पेक्ट्रम एनालाइजर जैसी एचपी का स्पेक्ट्रम एनालाइजर जो उन दिनों में काफी भारी होता था, वो कंट्रोल रूम से लेके डेक रूम तक लेके गया हूं। और अगर कोई आज मैं 50 साल के बाद भी इस बात को मैं नहीं भूल सकता हूं कि एक डायरेक्टर एक इस तरह से इक्विपमेंट लेके ऊपर जा रहा है, और ये ही वाज सच ए डाउन टू अर्थ मैन, और उनसे सीखने का इतना जिंदगी में मिला कि आज भी मतलब ये जब उनकी शक्ल सामने आती है तो आई वेक माय हैट्स ऑफ टू हिम। अनदर थिंग, जो पावर मीटर और स्पेक्ट्रम एनालाइजर, ये दो ऐसे इक्विपमेंट होते थे जो बहुत स्केर्स होते थे, क्योंकि उनका जो आगे हेड होता था वो मिस हैंडलिंग से जल जाता था। तो मिस्टर भावे जो हमारे इंस्ट्रूमेंट मेंटेनेंस के थे, उनसे अक्सर हम लोगों को मतलब सुनना पड़ता था कि भैया कुछ तो दिमाग लगाओ यार, मतलब सारे इंजीनियर्स को कि कुछ तो दिमाग लगा के देखो तो सही कि क्या चीज पे लगा रहे हो, और वो चला गया तो आपका काम सारा रुक जाएगा। फिर एक और एसकेस में एक और बहुत अच्छी चीज होती थी कि बहुत विजिटर्स होते थे। मिस्टर निकलसन विजिटर्स लेके आते थे, बाद में उनके हार्वर्ड गैलवे आए, वो लेते, पंसाब लेके आते थे, साइट प्रोग्राम ऑफिसर आए, काले साहब भी लाते थे, और इन लोगों को हार्डवेयर स्टेज डेवलपमेंट दिखाने के लिए वो सारा कुछ जो है वो दिखाना, डेमोन्स्ट्रेट हम करते थे। तो होता क्या था, शॉर्ट नोटिस मिलता था और गोली की तरह हमें सारा कुछ सेटअप करना पड़ता था। दैट वाज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। और फिर कोई बहुत ज्यादा इस तरह का वीआईपी विजिटर आता था तो उसको कंट्रोल रूम का पर्दा हटा के हम 0 से 90 डिग्री एलिवेशन में एंटीना मूव करते थे, तो इंप्रेसिव के देखो ये एंटीना ऐसे चलता है। एक स्विचिंग रूम, हमने ओएनसी बिल्डिंग का आधा ड्रम काट के बनाया, जो कि स्टूडियो और स्टेशन का इंटरफेस था, वो ऑडियो और वीडियो मॉनिटर करने के लिए, जिसके लिए हमारा जैन साहब से हमेशा झगड़ा रहता था। तो उसमें जो बिगेस्ट चैलेंज थी ना, उसमें एक तो 2 चैलेंजेस हमारे को आई। एक तो बिगेस्ट चैलेंज ये थी कि उसमें जो इतनी लंबी केबल होने से केबल के बाद में हम बहुत आते थे, तो हमारे इंजीनियर मिस्टर गंगाधरन थे, ही मेड सच ए ब्यूटीफुल प्रोसेसिंग एम्पलीफायर के हमारे को सारे साइट में हमने वो एक्सटेंसिवली यूज किया। हमारे को यहाँ दिल्ली, अमृतसर, सब जगह हमारे को कभी प्रॉब्लम नहीं आई। और दूसरी जो प्रॉब्लम आती थी कि ये जो केबल होती थी उसको रॉडेंट्स काट देते थे। अब वो केबल कट गई, एक आध इंसिडेंट तो ऐसा हुआ कि दोनों जो एक नॉर्मल होती थी, एक स्टैंड बाई होती थी, तो पता लगा स्टैंड बाई भी कट गई। तो वो एक एक ऊपर का कवर हटा के उसको देखना, वो इतना मतलब हमारी जो इंस्टॉलेशन टीम थी वो रो देते थे। बट बाद में क्या हुआ, VSWR मीटर हमारे को मिल गया जिसमें पता लग गया भाई इतनी लेंथ पे है, तो वो जाके वही ढक्कन उड़ाते थे, उसके आसपास मिल जाता था। और जैसे कि गर्ग साहब ने बताया, पहले रस्तोगी साहब देखते थे, फिर बाद में इन्होंने टेक ओवर किया और टेस्टिंग में गुजरात यूनिवर्सिटी टावर हमने बहुत एक्सटेंसिवली यूज किया वापस लूप की सेटिंग के लिए। और डीएस दिल्ली स्टेशन का जो मालचा मार्ग का स्टेशन था, वो क्योंकि सिटी में बना हुआ है, जिन लोगों को पता है, वो हमेशा से एक बोन ऑफ कंटेंशन रहा इसरो के बीच में और दिल्ली अथॉरिटीज के बीच में, बिकॉज वो लोग सब सोचते थे कि हम उनके ऐसे कैसे आपने ऐसे शहर में ऐसे लगा दिया, मतलब ये तो बहुत बड़ी बात हो गई। बट अल्टीमेटली इसरो ऑलवेज प्रिवेल्ड and DS was headed by Mr. Monti during site period. अमृतसर स्टेशन में ये प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं आई। अमृतसर स्टेशन हमने जो इसका दूरदर्शन का कैंपस था उसमें ही इंस्टॉल किया, उसमें हमने नॉइज सर्वे किया और वो उसके कैंपस में ही था, तो इसलिए बहुत सारी टेक्निकल डिफिकल्टीज नहीं आई। अब मैं थोड़ा सा और बताऊंगा साइट के बारे में कि Okay, three more minutes. देखो मैं जो
अरे आवासिया वो बनिया है, छोड़ने वाला नहीं है जल्दी।
अच्छा, अहमदाबाद स्टेशन और दिल्ली स्टेशन ये 2 शिफ्ट बेसिस पे चलता था, अमृतसर सिर्फ सिंगल शिफ्ट पे चलता था। और ATS 6 की एक बड़ी पेक्यूलियर रिक्वायरमेंट थी कि हमारे को कैरियर हमेशा ऑन रखनी पड़ती थी, तो इसके लिए हमारे को ऑल द टाइम जो हैंडओवर टेक ओवर करते थे उसका हमने स्पेशल प्रोग्राम मतलब स्पेशल प्रोसीजर डिसाइड किया कि पूरी कैरियर कभी भी ड्रॉप नहीं हुई हमारी, कि ये नहीं हुआ कि ATS 6 को इनपुट कैरियर नहीं रही। फिर इस चीज को इंप्रूव करने के लिए जो प्रोग्राम ट्रैकिंग थी वो हमने अपने AES के एंटीना को प्रोग्राम ट्रैकिंग का ECL का कंप्यूटर था TDC312, वो यूज करके we could put it on program tracking mode, तो वो हमारे को आराम रहा। और एक बड़ी अच्छी चीज थी कि उस टाइम पे हमारे को AES और DES को 2 डिजिटल घड़ियां मिली थी। वो कहां से आई थी ये मुझे आज तक नहीं पता, बट वो घड़ियां बहुत एक्यूरेट थी और वो हम उसको रेंज एंड रेंज इक्विपमेंट के टाइम से अलाइन करने के बाद हमेशा हमारे को बहुत टाइम मैनेजमेंट में बहुत सुविधा रही। और रेंज एंड रेंज इक्विपमेंट की मैं ये ब्यूटी बताता हूँ कि हर हफ्ता या 15 दिन, मुझे अच्छी तरह से याद नहीं है, हमारे को स्टेशन कीपिंग करनी पड़ती थी, हर 1 घंटे में रीडिंग लेनी पड़ती थी। और उसकी जो टेप है वो जो टेलेक्स से वो हम नासा में ट्रांसमिट करते थे। हमारे यहाँ से नासा का हॉटलाइन थी, जो हॉटलाइन थी, वॉइस हॉटलाइन थी, OCS का अप टाइम नियरली 100% था। मैं OCS को इस बात की दाद देता हूँ आज इतने साल के बाद भी, कि वो जब भी कभी वो हॉटलाइन डाउन होती थी तो वो हॉटलाइन हमेशा वो सही करते थे। और इस रेंज एंड रेंज रेट इक्विपमेंट का भी हमारा पूरे साल में, जब इवन बाद में भी जब ट्रांजिशन फेज भी था, जब प्री साइट फेज भी था, हमारी जो अपकीप थी, अप टाइम था, वो 100% था। तो ये एक दूसरी अचीवमेंट थी कि हमने कभी भी उस इक्विपमेंट को, जहां उसमें कई डेटा की क्वालिटी की या किसी चीज की हमारे को नासा से कभी कंप्लेंट नहीं आई। और एक हमारा छोटा सा ग्रुप था विद इन दिस थिंग, स्टेशन ऑपरेशन कंट्रोल, उसमें मेरे साथ मिस्टर वी मुरलीधर थे, जो कि मैंने आज तक बहुत बंदे देखे हैं, उनसे ज्यादा नोबल सोल बंदा देखा ही नहीं जिसके मुंह में आवाज ही नहीं होती थी। तो और नागपुर में एक मोनोपल स्टेशन होता था जो मिस्टर वीके गर्ग हेड करते थे। उसका पर्पस ये था, वहां से सिग्नल ATS 6 को भेजते थे, जिससे कि उसकी बीम जो है वहां पे नागपुर पे सेंटर्ड रहे, ताकि उसका इंडिया के बीम सेंटर को उसको वो करने के लिए। और एक वो उसके साथ साथ ही जैसे हमारी नासा की हॉटलाइन थी, ऐसे ही हमारी नागपुर की और दिल्ली की हॉटलाइन थी, जो बहुत एक्सटेंसिवली यूज होती थी। और कभी कभी जब दिन में टाइम होता था तो उस पर गपबाजी भी होती थी। और लास्ट में खत्म करने से पहले एक ही छोटा सा और ऑब्जर्वेशन देना चाहूंगा कि ATS 6 के आने से पहले, मतलब साइट के शुरू होने से पहले और बाद में, नासा का एक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव यहाँ रहता था जो डे करके, who was very friendly, he waved just like one of us, और वो इतना फ्रेंडली था। और जाने के टाइम NASA did an experiment. ATS-6 अहमदाबाद स्टेशन से हमने 1 किलोवाट की टोन लेके हम एक जीप लेके पूरे अहमदाबाद में घूमे थे, और जो मैं मानता हूं कि उन दिनों के हिसाब से शायद उन दिनों में एक ये सैटेलाइट फोन का नासा का अपने किस्म का एक एक्सपेरिमेंट था। और ये आपने मेरे को टाइम दिया मिस्टर चेयरमैन, एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर लिसनिंग टू मी पेशेंटली। मैं जो इस एसकेएस में, सैक में या इसरो में जो मैंने टाइम मैंने स्पेंड किया है, दैट वाज गोल्डन पीरियड ऑफ माय लाइफ, एंड आई मिस द सेम टुडे इवन आफ्टर 50 years. Everything I have accomplished in my life because I left ISRO in 83. I believe it, I owe it to ISRO. Thank you.
Please take 7 minutes.
7 minutes.
I don't know, I have not got the time, so how I can look at it.
1972, and straight away we went to just a first. The station is in East, that is in Polytechnic Post Office, that is near to Panjapur. Okay, we stayed there for nearly 9 months and all that. And 1973 only we shifted to this SKS campus, and afterwards, of course, it is named as a Space Application Center. So I joined in 1972. It is almost 25 years after the independence and all that. Okay, straight away then, after joining, Dr. B.S. Rao just reported me to go to Mr. Ramaya Sahab, where he was taking the responsibility of front-end converter. By the time I joined, I already had 2 more engineers earlier to me, and they're already working on RF amplifiers and local oscillators and all that, for which front-end converter, as you know, it is the middle portion of the entire DRS system, with the antenna on one side and the augmented TV receiver on the other side. And this front-end converter also is made up of 2 main elements. One is in head end and second one is in tail end. In head end, we have no doubt preamplifiers and a local oscillator and mixer and outside limiter. And the output of that one, it comes straight away as 70 megahertz, because the signal is coming from the satellite at around 860 megahertz. And specification wise, we are given is minus 80 dBm is the nominal input for the front-end converter. That means the power from the satellite, even though it is 51 dBW and all that, finally when it comes to the inputs of the head end, it will be around 183 dB down. So it is even minus 80 dBm is around, comes up to be 10 pic watts. Okay, after the head ending, and during this particular time, when we shifted to the SKS campus, then we started developing, we have more equipment and all that. Earlier we had less equipment and we take the responsibility from help of SKS equipment and all that. Then in SKS, after coming to ESD, I will talk about the important thing of coming back. Straightway in 1975, in June end or maybe in that Jubilee being, I think so, if I remember, I think Kalasa may be remembering, he told, now satellite is being drifted from -1 degree latitude to 35 degrees longitude. And we want to establish, see whether when the satellite is coming towards the horizon and all that, up to 35 degrees east, then we want to have an establishment system in our east campus. We kept it in the one room number 15, and Kalesa was very enthusiastic, and he wanted to say, come on, let us track the satellite right from when it is coming from the horizon onwards. Okay, we are all ready. We kept the system, but not 10-footer. I think we put 12 foot, I think so, 12 or 15-footer to get the better signal. Then, what did I mean? We started, HMET is arranged for the 220 degrees and all that. When we wanted to track the satellite by elevation, then suddenly there was a downpour. And if downpour, then we had gone inside the room and inside the building. But after some time, somehow Kazab thought we should not wait. Let us get French. Let us do it. So he ran to open the shaft of the antenna. So that, but antenna is so heavy, so we are worried. It may hurt him. So myself and Mr. Ramanan, who is at present in Singapore, and along with some people, we ran to help our Khalesa before we opened the fastening the shaft. Because the heavy antenna is so heavy, it may hurt him and all that. Finally, we could track the signal because from SCAS, I think Subhash may be knowing, they sent 1.5 megahertz tone and also along with 1 kilohertz audio tone also. Then we had tracked it and we are sure, now we are very happy, the signal has come and we are sure, okay, that means satellite is working, our system is working and everything is fine. That was the beginning, that is even before the installation of all the sets in the villages. And after sets are kept in the villages, there were some requests how to know how the things are working or not properly. We want to know the technical availability of the systems. For that reason, the test sets were made in ESD. I have taken the responsibility, and these things will measure signal, noise, and signal to noise ratio. And similarly, they can always measure audio test tone and also which noise. And captions are coming from SCAS campus. They put the caption even before the onset of broadcasting. Then there are people, technicians who are there in the custody quarters to note down the values and all that. And the outcome of all these things and everything getting our Dasgupta will be knowing better. But what I came to know is 80% of the systems is the target for our target was at least 80% should work, and it worked more than 80% also, very nicely over the entire year. And at the same time, I must say, even the SCAS systems and uplink leveling worked for 99.7% of the whole system. So entire year we are very successful, I can say. Thank you very much.
नहीं है अरविंद सचदेव दो भाई हमारे सेट में थे। चलो साहब 5 मिनट ही मिले हैं 10 मिनट में से। तो जब मैं और 1 अगस्त को स्टार्ट करने वाले थे, ट्रांसमीटर रेडी होने वाला था, प्रोग्राम रिलीज होने वाला था। उससे पहले 30 जुलाई को SK सिंह ने बोला कि आपके डिस्ट्रिक्ट के सवाई माधोपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के सांसद श्रीमान जगन्नाथ पहाड़िया अपने गांव में टीवी का इनॉग्रेशन करने वाले हैं, तो आप पहले 1 दिन पहले उधर पहुंच जाइए और टीवी को देख लें कि अच्छी कंडीशन में है कि नहीं और चलता है कि नहीं। तो हम एक एक्स्ट्रा टीवी लेके और एक एक्स्ट्रा केबल लेके अगले दिन निकल गए जयपुर से। सुबह वहाँ गांव में जाके टेस्ट कर लिया, सब कुछ ओके है और कस्टोडियन को भी समझा दिया टीवी की सिस्टम। बाद में डाक बंगले में जाके रुकना था, तो डाक बंगले हम गाड़ी लेके पहुंचे, तो डाक बंगले के इंचार्ज से उसने साफ मना कर दिया कि ये डाक बंगला तो सांसद आने वाले हैं, उसके लिए रिजर्व है और पूरी रात यहाँ रिनोवेशन होने वाला है। अब डाक बंगले की उम्मीद छोड़ दो, दूसरी जगह चले जाओ। ये जो डाक बंगला था जयपुर दिल्ली के हाईवे के रोड टच में था। और वहाँ कोई दूसरा होटल नहीं था, ना कोई धर्मशाला थी, ना कोई रहने की जगह थी। सिर्फ एक ढाबे वाला था, उसको भी पुलिस ने भगा दिया था। तो भाग जाओ, आ जाए जल्दी ढाबा बंद करके। तो मेरे ड्राइवर ने कहा कि साहब ये जगह है, हमारे पास टीवी है, केबल है, कीमती सामान है, तो मैं जीप में ही सो जाता हूँ। आप ढाबे का जो पत्थर है जिस पे भगोने रखते हैं ना, वेजिटेबल के, दाल के, वो लंबा था। मेरी हाइट जितना था। तो टीवी का जो पैकिंग मटेरियल है वो बिछा दिया और उस पे मैं सो गया और ड्राइवर जीप के अंदर सो गया। अब दिन केस तो आए ऐसी हालत में। फिर भी एक दो झपकी ले ली, सुबह हो गई तो करीब ड्राइवर ने बोला कि पानी भी है यहाँ, आधी कोठी पानी भर के रखा था वो ढाबे वाले ने। तो हमने हाथ मुंह धो लिए और तैयार हो गए। तब देखा कि दिल्ली की ओर से एक लग्जरी कार व्हाइट कलर की सीता ट्रैवल की आई और डाक बंगले के पास रुकी। तो हम समझ गए कि एमएलए साहब आ गए, सांसद साहब आ गए लगते हैं। तो हम भी तैयार होके गांव पहुंच गए उससे पहले सब अरेंजमेंट करने। करीब 10:30 बजे सांसद साहब आए, जगन्नाथ जी पहाड़िया। उसी टाइम हमने कस्टोडियन को समझा दिया था, एक बड़ा टेबल जो क्लासरूम था उसके बाहर लगा दिया था, उस पे टीवी रख दिया। मैं एक्सटेंशन बोर्ड लेके भी गया था तो पावर सप्लाई की कोई प्रॉब्लम न हो, और सब टीवी चेक कर लिया। फिर जगन्नाथ जी पहाड़िया पधारे उसके पीए के साथ, उसको हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं, रहस्य मंत्री के साथ। और हमने उसको बोल दिया कि भाई अभी 11 बजे ट्रांसमिशन स्टार्ट होगा बच्चों के लिए, तो आप जल्दी से उद्घाटन कर देना, टीवी की स्विच ऑन कर देना। तो 15 मिनट बाकी थे अभी 11 बजने में, तो वो लगे लेक्चर प्रवचन देने। तभी कटोकटी चल रही थी इंदिरा गांधी के 20 मुद्दे, तो वो एक मुद्दा लेके समझाने लगे गांव लोगों को। तो जब 17 मुद्दा हुआ तो मैंने देखा कि ये तो ट्रांसमिशन ऑन हो गया है और अभी 15-20 मिनट ही बचे हैं। तो मैंने उसके रहस्य मंत्री को बोला कि भाई साहब को बोलो पहले टीवी ऑन कर देवे, बाद में लेक्चर देना। नहीं, वो तो उसके जो रहस्य मंत्री था उसने उसका पोता खींचा और बोला कि साहब जल्दी करो, टीवी ऑन करो। हाँ, अभी 3 मुद्दे ही बाकी है, 17 तक तो आ गया मैं। तो 18, 19 और 20 मुद्दे खत्म किए इंदिरा गांधी के इमरजेंसी के जो थे। फिर बाद में साहब गए टीवी के पास और जैसे ही टीवी ऑन किया तो वो उद्घोषक बोला, आज का प्रोग्राम यही समाप्त होता है, नमस्कार, कल मिलेंगे। तो ये हमारा फर्स्ट टीवी ट्रांसमिशन डे का एक्सपीरियंस रहा और मैं तो कहता हूँ किसी को भी ऐसा एक्सपीरियंस नहीं हो।
Thank you. Now invite Guru Bhagini sir and Devesh Bharat.
Thank you. Greetings everybody, respected seniors, colleagues. મનથી તો એવું કહેવાનું થાય છે કે good afternoon boys and girls. Why? Because I think with sight experience in 75, when many of us were involved with it a year before, we were all in our 20s or 30s, young with stars in our eyes, dreams, not so clear as to what we are going ahead with, but full of passion and energy. So, trying to recall my involvement with sight. I have never been an employee of ISRO. I've always been a freelancer, but of a different kind. સતત ISRO સાથે 13 વર્ષ કાઢ્યા છે અને student of National Institute of Design and with specialization in filmmaking. તો ફિલ્મ મેકિંગ શીખતા હતા એનઆઈડીમાં ત્યારથી સાઇટનો સંપર્ક થયો. એટલે 73માં, સોરી આઈ સ્પીક બોથ ઇન ગુજરાતી એન્ડ ઇંગ્લિશ મિક્સ. તો 73માં અમારો ક્લાસ ચાલુ હતો ફિલ્મ મેકિંગનો, એલિમેન્ટ્સ ઓફ ફિલ્મ મેકિંગ. એમાં અમારા ટીચર ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટ હેડ મિસ્ટર માથુરે કહ્યું કે આપણે આજે લાઇટિંગનો ક્લાસ છે. સવારે 9 વાગે ક્લાસ ચાલુ થયો. લગભગ આશરે લંચ પછી તરત જ ક્લાસ કન્ટિન્યુ થવાનો હતો. And he said, there's some people coming from ISRO and they want to talk to all of us. So all of you also be present. And that time we were just 18 years. Our average age was 18. So we met in the auditorium, two personnel, two producers, one the writer and a director. They turned up in the auditorium. They said, हमको एक फिल्म बनानी है. साइट करके एक एक्सपेरिमेंट चालू होने वाला है और आप लोग सब इसमें जुड़ जाए, क्योंकि हमारे स्टूडियो अभी सेटअप हो रहा है और इक्विपमेंट शायद सब थे नहीं थे, मुझे एग्जैक्टली अभी याद नहीं है. पर एनआईडी के इक्विपमेंट, एनआईडी के प्रोफेशनल लोग जो हमारे टीचर्स थे, कैमरामैन, साउंड रिकॉर्डिस्ट, और आप लोग इंटर्न के हिसाब से जुड़ जाइए. तो हमारे टीचर ने डिक्लेयर किया बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है, 2 फिल्म्स बनानी है 35 mm पे. उस टाइम वीडियो नहीं था तो फिल्म पे हमने बनाई शायद सबसे पहली फिल्म थी वो. उसका नाम था ताल और डायरेक्टर थे मिस्टर वी.एन. रायना और स्क्रिप्ट राइटर थे मिस्टर हसमुख बाराड़ी. तो ये 2 हमको मिलने आए थे और माथुर साहब ने हमको बोल दिया उनके जाने के बाद कि आज से क्लास फील्ड में ही होगा. मतलब आप जो यहाँ सीखेंगे मेरे साथ स्टूडियो में अंदर 4 दीवारियों में अहमदाबाद में, उससे कहीं ज़्यादा आप लोगों को वहाँ सीखने को मिलेगा, क्योंकि हम फील्ड में जा रहे हैं. अब फील्ड क्या होती है वो हमको तो फिल्म मेकिंग की साथ तो निस्बत थी, तो फिर भी हम लोग एक साइड चलो बाहर घूमने को मिलेगा, कैमरा के साथ ये वो देखने को मिलेगा, प्रोफेशनल्स कैसे काम करते हैं. तो हम सब जुड़ गए और हमको जाना था वेरावल और सौराष्ट्र का पूरा वो जो रीजन था वहाँ हमने शूटिंग की. 17 दिन शूटिंग की. और एक हमारे साथ एक वैन थी बड़ी, वो वैन का कुछ नाम था शायद, बहुत बड़ी वैन थी इसरो के साथ. तो उसमें हम 17-18 लोग थे. बॉम्बे से टाटा इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ सोशल साइंसिस से 2 साइंटिस्ट रिसर्चर्स थे, डॉक्टर कुलकर्णी और एक और थे, और वो सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट थे. रिसर्च क्या चीज़ होती थी हमको पता है, क्योंकि हमारे करिकुलम में नहीं आता था रिसर्च फिल्म मेकिंग केस में. तो सोशल रिसर्च क्या होती है, ऑडियंस रिसर्च क्या होती है, ये सब चीज़ हमने सीखा पहली बार और जुड़ गए. बहुत रिगरस शूटिंग थी. सुबह 4:30 बजे उठते थे और 5 बजे ब्रेकफास्ट टाइम था. चोरवड़ के वो जो महल का वो जो एक गेस्ट हाउस जैसा था कन्वर्टेड, वहाँ हम सब रहते थे और सुबह से रात तक शूटिंग चलती थी. 2 कैमरा यूनिट्स थी और क्योंकि साथ में पैरेलल शूटिंग होती. वो फिल्म थी टाइम के कॉन्सेप्ट के ऊपर, तो साइंटिफिक कॉन्सेप्ट के ऊपर फिल्म थी, वो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंगली बनाई थी. तो बच्चों के लिए थी. तो जैसे पेड़ का शैडो है तो कैसे लाइट चेंज होने से शैडो चेंज होता है, ये सब चीज़ें शूट कर रहे थे. और एक इंसिडेंट हुआ था विच आई वुड स्पेशली लाइक टू रिकॉल. आई थिंक इट वाज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट लेसन फॉर मी इन कम्युनिकेशन. कि हमें एक बहुत सुंदर सा खेत था, शायद जवार का था या वीट का था, याद नहीं है, पर टॉल क्रॉप था और बहुत सुंदर 3-4 महिलाएं वो खेत में काम कर रही थी. तो हमारे कैमरामैन बहुत इम्प्रेस हो गए कि ये तो मतलब कैमरामैन को अच्छा लगता है, कोई विजुअल अच्छा मिल जाता है, सनसेट हो रहा है पीछे. तो एक महिला के पीछे वो भागा, ट्राइपॉड और वो सब पूरे 4-5 लोग, और उनकी अनफॉर्चुनेटली फॉर हिम द मदर ऑफ दोज 3 girls, young girls was present. So he took the shot. It was on film camera. It takes time to do everything. तो वो woman उसके ऊपर पाउंस हो गई कि how dare you shoot without my permission. तो वो हमारे पास कोई जवाब ही नहीं था, क्योंकि हमने उनका परमिशन नहीं मांगा था. हमने उनको फॉर ग्रांटेड लिया था कि हमारे पास कैमरा है, हमारे पास कम्युनिकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी है, हम अपने मन के राजा यानी रानी है, अब कुछ भी शूट कर सकते हैं. तो ये इतनी अफेंड हुई कि हाउ कैन यू शूट विदाउट माई परमिशन. शी सेड अभी मैं तुम्हारा कैमरा तोड़ दूंगी. तो सब लोगों ने उनको पकड़ा, हम लेडीज थे 3-4, उन्होंने पकड़ा, बोला आप माँ जी शांत हो जाइए कि आप कहाँ बेचने वाले हैं. उन्होंने बोला हम बेचने वाले नहीं हैं, ये अभी हमको साइट के बारे में कैसे बताएं. पर फिर भी हमने समझाया, फिर उन्होंने जाने दिया, बोला आप यूज़ नहीं करोगे ये, क्योंकि मैंने आपको परमिशन नहीं दिया. सो इट वॉज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट लेसन
that when you're not working on somebody, the subject, the person in front of you is not a subject. So audience को या जो इंसान आपके सामने है, जिनसे आप इंफॉर्मेशन ले रहे हैं, या जिनके साथ आप कम्युनिकेट कर रहे हैं, he or she has a right to know beforehand what you're doing, why you're doing, और तभी एक कम्युनिकेशन का एक ब्रिज चालू होता है. तो ये हमारे लिए, मेरे लिए बहुत एक इम्पोर्टेंट लेसन था. इसके बाद हम एक सेकंड जो फिल्म थी वो पपेट फिल्म थी. तो दर्पणा जो नलानी साहब भाई वाज रनिंग, दे हैड अ पपेटरी डिपार्टमेंट. तो ये पंचतंत्र से एक स्टोरी ली थी हमने, और फिल्म का नाम था मैं हूँ चतुरसिया. तो ये फिल्म हमने हमारे एनआईडी के स्टूडियो में शूट की, और सुबह से रात तक शूटिंग चलती थी, फिर 2 बजे तक चलती थी, फिर 3 बजे सुबह तक चलती थी. घर आते थे, नहाते थे, वापस 7 बजे वी हैड टू रिपोर्ट. तो मेरे डैड जो एजुकेशन में ही थे वो बहुत इतना अपसेट हो गए कि ये किस तरह की कॉलेज है, ये लड़कियों को मतलब रात को मतलब ऐसे थोड़ी जगाते, तो तू ये सब छोड़ दे और तू टेक्सटाइल डिजाइन ले ले. ऐसे कैसे लगता है, माय 3rd ईयर, हाउ कैन आई सडनली जंप टू अनदर डिपार्टमेंट. इसे नहीं ऐसा नहीं. तो फिर ऐसा नहीं, ये मुझे इतना भी, आई वाज सो फायर्ड बाय द एक्साइटमेंट ऑफ मेकिंग फिल्म्स एंड फिल्म्स ऑफ दिस काइंड. तो ऐसे नहीं, आई विल स्टिक टू दिस प्रोफेशन एंड आई स्टक टू इट. एंड बस वही ज़माना था, और 1 साल कैसे निकल गया. इससे ज़्यादा हमने आई थिंक अराउंड 30 to 33 प्रोग्राम्स जो सीरीज थी करी. तो आई असिस्टेड वन ऑफ द डायरेक्टर्स, और जिसमें आई थिंक दिनेन भाई भी साथ में थे. बात तमारी थी एक सीरीज, और भी थे जो गांव के लोगों के साथ हम बातचीत करते थे. तो सुबह से काफ़ी सारी टेक्निकल चीज़ें कानों में पड़ रही है, and we appreciate that, because even at this stage, I mean the amount, we thought like we were the ones who were making the programs, but there was so much back-end activity happening. And I think the programmer side, the software side, were not really aware of the amount of effort. तो फील्ड में जाके एक एंटेना को लगाना, कि एक चीज़ को, एक स्क्रू को, एक नेल को, एक टीवी सेट फंक्शन कर रहा है कि नहीं, वायर चल रहा है कि नहीं, ये कितनी बड़ी एफर्ट है. तो आज यही लेसन है कि जब ऐसी कोई बड़ी चीज़ साइट जैसी, मतलब स्टुपेंडस, मतलब इन साइज एंड लर्निंग एक एक्सपीरियंस जब होता है, तो ये फॉर मी इट्स लाइक अ ह्यूज कैनवस ऑफ ह्यूज पेंटिंग, यू नो, इन विच there's so many players, and we need to respect all those aspects, the people who are making the programs, the people who are procuring the chicken mesh antenna, or the drivers who are driving the cars, to the watchmen, to everybody. I mean, so many people, so much of effort. और साइट तो 1 साल के बाद खत्म हुआ, पर इतना रिच एक्सपीरियंस छोड़ के गया कि आज की तारीख तक वही लोग मेरे लिए उतना ही इम्पोर्टेंस रखते हैं. कि मतलब जो अंडर प्रिविलेज है, जो हमने सुबह में बात की, विजन, जो टेक्नोलॉजी है एक साइड पे ग्राउंड रियलिटी है. तो वो जो ग्राउंड रियलिटी है उसको कभी, मतलब उसको प्रायोरिटी देना अपने लाइफ में, प्रोफेशनल लाइफ में, एज अ चॉइस, एज अ डेलिबरेट चॉइस. आई थिंक आई हैव केप्ट माय प्रॉमिस विद माय सेल्फ टू स्टिक टू इट, to be always concerned about marginalized communities, to be always concerned about underprivileged societies, and that's why even after SITE got over in 76, I continued working with Professor Chitnis' insistence कि तेरी डिग्री का अभी मेरे को सर्टिफिकेट की देखने की जरूरत नहीं है, तो काम चालू कर दे इधर. तो कुछ भी जाके बना, मैं क्या बनाऊंगी, कुछ भी बना, कुछ क्या सोचता है, मेरे को रेन, go and make a program on rain. So I went and made of how rain falls, you know, for children. या तो snake bite, बाजू में सुंदरवन है, जाके बना snake bite के ऊपर. मतलब he was constantly inspiring us. Sometimes we had just 5 minutes of work with him, you know, to sign a paper. Paper तो sign हो गया. Have lunch with me, talk. And he used to talk, inspire, give so much of energy to each one of us. कि मुझे लगता है कि ऐसे लोग शायद, I think we have been very fortunate, very extremely fortunate with Professor Yashpal. बड़े बड़े लोग सामने घूमते थे, सफ़ेद बाल वाले ये वो तो ऐसे दिखते थे। एक इंसिडेंट और मैं रिकॉल करना चाहूँगी, जैसे हाफ अ मिनट। एक रात को मैं और मेरे कलीग दादी बदम जी हम लोग पपेट्स बना रहे थे, और वो मेरे से 1-2 साल बड़ा था। यूज्ड टू फाइट अ लॉट, सो ही वाज फाइटिंग मी। आई हैड मेड अ स्मॉल पपेट, बट दैट वाज नॉट माय वर्क, बट आई वाज हेल्पिंग हिम आउट। तो एक वुमन कैरेक्टर था, उसका बच्चा था, तो मैंने बच्चा बनाया। तो कहते बच्चा थोड़ा, ये तो चूहा जैसा लगता है। So I was fighting with him. So he said, "I'm spending 2 hours with you, and you're saying this looks like a rat." So Professor Yashpal walked in. Production cell, whole production cell is closed. मतलब बाकी लोग नहीं हैं, हम सिर्फ एक रूम में बैठे ये बना रहे थे puppets. तो he came, he put his hand on our heads, and he said, "अरे इतनी रात काम कर रहे हो, जाओ घर जाओ घर जाओ." तो हमने बोला देखो हम ये बना रहे हैं। तो मतलब एक डायरेक्टर सैक आके रात को 10 साढ़े 10 बजे वो भी घूम रहे हैं, मतलब it tells a story by itself. So I think I can only say I'm very happy to be here today. I don't know whether my talk really made much sense, but I'm certainly very happy to share all these thoughts with all of you, and very happy to meet all of you again. So thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Thank you so much.
तरफ पाछा वळो तरफ पाछा वळो गांधीजीना सपना थया साकार विक्रमभाई आप्यो अवकाशी आकार साइड बीज रची ऑगस्टनी क्रांति 1 ऑगस्ट 1975 इसरोए खोल्या टीवीना द्वार साइड बनी प्रगतिनी शुभगति चैनल 7 2 3 आ दूरदर्शन बीज छे आ तो प्रगतिना बीज छे टीवी बन्या टीचरजी જ્ઞાન ગમતના હાજી નાજી હું આ ને રંગલીલા ને અને ચરખો આ બધા ટેલિવિઝનના આપણા કાર્યક્રમો છે એ બધા નામો અહીં આવી જાય છે। अक्कलबाजी जामे काकानी डेलीए भला भूषाला भेदभरम नारी तू नारायणी नंदू इंदुने गरबा नाटक सीरियल અને તાક દિનાદી ચતુર મોટા ડાહીમાની વાતો પૂરી વ્યાસની સાથે ગામડું બોલે છે બંધ આંખે અંધારા ને ખુલ્લી આંખે અજવાળા હવેના સેવા પાપ મનનું મતદાર સમજાવે મતની કિંમત હસીને અને ખાઈએ પીએ અને સાજા રહીએ। ગામડે ગામડે માણી ટીવી ને હસીને હમ સાથ સાથ ઈસરો નો તો એમાં મોટો હાથ સેટેલાઇટ ની સરવાણી આખા જગતે જાણી ગામના ગોંદે થી ચાંદા મામાના ઘરે રચી નવી કહાની ગગનિયા ને ગગન સવારી અવકાશી યાત્રી ઈસરોના આનંદની ખાતરી વિક્રમ સર્જક ની વિક્રમની આ તો છે વિકાસની વાણી। પછી બજારની વસ્તુ થઈ કે આ બધા 1975 માં જોડાયા હતા। એક વર્ષ કોન્ટ્રાક્ટ માટે ગયેલા, એક વર્ષ માટે કોન્ટ્રાક્ટ મામે લોકોને રાખ્યા હતા। તો એની પણ એક મજાની વાત છે। 1975 માં આવ્યા હતા માત્ર એક વર્ષના કોન્ટ્રાક્ટ પર 60 પીસની જવાની, પણ અમને ન મળી રજા પાછા જવાની। જો તું નાટ્ય કરે ટીવી ના ઓટલે વિકાસની વાટે પરમેનન્ટ થઈને માની અમે લોકો નિવૃત્તિ અને એ પ્રવૃત્તિ આજે આપણે બધા સાથે ભેગા થઈને કરીએ છીએ 50 વર્ષની ઉજવણી। 1975 થી 2025 સાથે રહીને માણીએ છીએ આ મજાની આ વાણી। ઈસરો એટલે ખુશ રહો, અત્યારે ઈસરો અત્યારે ખુશ રહો છે। ઈસરો એટલે ખુશ રહો। આ તો આનંદની કહાની ઈસરોના સફરમાં કેટલાક લોકો થયા સ્વર્ગવાસી। એમના કામોની યાદો છે આપણી જોડે તાજી તાજી। વંદન સૌ આપીએ સલામી વસ્યા બન્યાથી અવકાશે મળીશું સૌની સાથે અને એમની જીવનની વાટે। વાત તમારી વાત તમારી વાત અમારી ચેનલ 7 મેની આ તો તરની છે કહાની પ્રેમના બીજની અને સ્નેહની સાઈડથી લેશે આ અમર કહાણી ચાલ્યા કરતી જીવનની રંગલીલા તાળીઓ પાડીને હસીને આપણે બધા બોલીશું અને આપણે બધા શતાબ્દીમાં પણ મળીશું જ્યારે શતાબ્દી સાચી થશે ત્યારે પણ બધા ભેગા મળીશું જય
Tushar. Many of you may not first makeup artist ever appointed in a TV studio. He is the first TV makeup artist. And interestingly, those kids, हमारे जो चिल्ड्रन सीरीज के बच्चे थे, उसका तुषार जो मेकअप करता था, वो बच्चे आज फील्ड में से निवृत्त होके 60 साल से भी बड़े हो गए हैं। तो तुषार ने जो बच्चों को मेकअप किया था वो आज सीनियर सिटीजन बन गए हैं। Now I invite you 3 more guests. We have 3 more speakers for this session. Then other than the next session. I invite first Nitin Bhavsar, after him Afzal Subedar, and then Jacob Matthews. Nitin Bhavsar, please.
Hello friends, all the site family members, good afternoon to you all. I'll not speak much और मैं कुछ मेरे खुद के जो एक्सपीरियंस होते हैं उसके बारे में ज़्यादा बताऊंगा क्योंकि बाकी बहुत सारी ACP कम्युनिकेशन प्रोजेक्ट चल रहा था और वैसे साइट के लिए कैप्सूलिंग भी बनाते थे, पीच के लिए सब प्रोडक्शंस भी करते थे, तो काम बहुत था मुझे पक्का याद है। और बाकी सब लोग मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल एक्चुअली दे हैड द हैबिट सुबह 7 बजे ऑफिस पहुंच जाते थे, कैंटीन में खाना खाते थे, नाश्ता सुबह का, रात को 10 बजे से पहले हम घर वापस कभी नहीं जाते थे। ये तो नॉर्मल रूटीन की बात थी। लेकिन उसके अलावा जब शूटिंग होता है हमारा, कभी 3 बजे उठकर 4 बजे गाड़ी को बुलाना, डिपेंड्स, टीम छोटी जीप है अगर तो टीम छोटी है, डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाना तो टीम छोटी रहती है, डॉक्यू ड्रामा बनाना है तो टीम थोड़ी बड़ी होती है, अगर ड्रामा फॉर्मेट में ही काम करना तो और भी बड़ी होती है। तो जीप है, मिनी बस है और बड़ी बस लेकर भी जाते थे। बड़ी बस अगर हमारी इसरो की सेट की नहीं मिली तो AMGs की बस हार करके भी हम लोग जाते थे। ऐसा भी मैं कुछ उदाहरण आपको बताऊंगा। अभी एक दूसरी खास चीज और जो बताना चाहता हूँ, यहाँ जोशी साहब भी बैठे हुए हैं, हंसा भी है, तो हमारे साइट के और KCP के जो भी प्रोग्राम हम सब लोगों ने बनाए, वो सभी प्रोग्राम, जोशी साहब आगे, हाँ अभी उनको याद किया था, तो जोशी साहब भी है यहाँ। तो साइट के जितने भी प्रोग्राम बनाए थे वो बॉम्बे स्टूडियो में बनाए थे, साइंस के बारे में, दैट वाज टेलीकास्ट इन द मॉर्निंग। लेकिन बीच के लिए जो भी कार्यक्रम बनाए वो सभी कार्यक्रम हमने खेड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट के आसपास में रहकर ही शूट किए, कुछ स्टूडियो में किए। ड्रामा और ड्रामा के लिए जो सीरियल बनाते थे कुछ पोर्शन शूट भी करते थे, लेकिन ज़्यादातर प्रोग्राम, जैसे दिनाज ने पहले भी बताया कि हमारे इनिशियल दिनों में हम कैसे करते थे, तो वीडियो प्रोग्राम नहीं थे, तो हम फिल्म पे शूट करते थे। All the hardcore subjects like agriculture, animal husbandry, all these type of programs, health, ये डॉक्यूमेंट्री फॉर्मेट में जो भी कार्यक्रम शुरुआत में जब बनाए तो हम फिल्म फॉर्मेट पे बनाते थे। और वो फिल्म भी, क्योंकि अभी अगर फिल्म बनाते हैं तो वो फिल्म जैसे हमारी दो फिल्म है वैसे नहीं, वी वर शूटिंग ऑन द रिवर्सल टाइप ऑफ फिल्म, तो जिसको प्रोसेस करने की एक ही बात में सीधे आके करो, एडिट करते, एडिट करने के बाद हमारे पास फिल्म एडिटर्स भी थे। एडिट करने के बाद बहुत मजेदार चीज जो ये होती थी कि एक स्पेशल जो उसके साथ हम ऑडियो भी मैच करते फिल्म के साथ, और उसका टेलीसिनी मशीन था हमारे पास। कभी सीट में आता है, कभी नहीं भी आता है, बार बार दोबारा भी करना पड़ता है, कि काफ़ी चीज़ें होती थी। लेकिन एफर्ट हमारे चालू रहते जब तक हमको सेटिस्फेक्शन नहीं मिलता कि काम पूरा सही नहीं हुआ, हम दोबारा करते, दोबारा रिकॉर्ड करते, लेकिन काम अच्छा करना सब लोग चाहते थे। वो चाहे प्रोडक्शन की टीम वाले हो, टेक्निकल पीपल हो जो हमारे साथ जो जुड़े थे, और रिसर्च के इनपुट के साथ ही प्रोग्राम बनाए जाते थे। सो दैट वाज अ यूनिक काइंड ऑफ थिंग एक्चुअली। इसमें सबसे एक और चीज जो हमारे प्रोग्राम स्पीच के लिए जो बनाते थे, जो साइड के साइंस प्रोग्राम में जो उन लोगों को आदत बन चुकी थी, जो अच्छी एक बात थी, पहले प्रोग्राम के लिए ब्रीफ बनती थी, which was a blueprint of the program, how the program will look like when it's transmitted on the television. तो हमारे भी प्रोग्राम जो डेवलपमेंट रिलेटेड इश्यू, वीमेन रिलेटेड इश्यू हो, इकोनॉमिक्स वाले सोशो इकोनॉमिकल इश्यूज काफ़ी हो, हेल्थ रिलेटेड इश्यू, बहुत सारे डिफरेंट टाइप के, लेकिन आशय वही था, रीचिंग द अनरिच्ड, जो दूर दराज बैठे हुए लोग जिनके तक सुविधा नहीं पहुंचती, उन लोगों के लिए, वंचितों के लिए, ऐसे लोगों के लिए हम कार्यक्रम बनाते थे। और वो भी प्रोग्राम ब्रीफ बिल्कुल दिमाग में पहले डाल के कि जैसे ऑडियंस का पहले रिसर्च किया, ऑडियंस कौन सा ऑडियंस हमारे प्रोग्राम देखेंगे, और फिर बाद में उसके हिसाब से उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है, उनकी फील्ड प्रैक्टिसेस क्या है, वो फील्ड प्रैक्टिस को भी ध्यान दे रहे। अगर हेल्थ का प्रोग्राम बनाते तो गांव खाने की प्रैक्टिस क्या है, हमें डिसीज के बारे में पता है, लेकिन वो वहाँ उसको रेमेडी के लिए वो लोग क्या करते हैं। सो ऑल दोस काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स। नाउ आई थिंक आई विल नॉट गो इन फॉर द डिटेल्स, नाउ लेट मी गो फॉर सम स्पेसिफिक एग्जांपल्स। तो या तो मैं एक वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग एग्जांपल बताना चाहूँगा कि हम एक बार छोटा यूनिट था लेके जा रहे थे, हमारे साथ मेरे साथ कैमरामैन, लाइटिंग असिस्टेंट, ड्राइवर, प्रोडक्शन असिस्टेंट और मैं, बस छोटी सी थी, शूटिंग करने जा रहे थे। मौदा के पास एक वहाँ एक रिवर है, तो रिवर को क्रॉस करके दूसरी सामने की ओर, विलेज की ओर जाना। तो वहाँ बैठे महिलाएं कुछ कपड़े धो रही थी, तो ड्राइवर साथ सब यहाँ से निकल जाएंगे। मैंने बोला पूछो, पहले लोगों को पूछो तो सही, भाई जा सकते हैं, अरे जाइए, जैसे जैसे सब सुन चिंता करो। गाड़ी ना की नदी में थोड़े के आगे गया, किसी बीच कोई बोल एक गई भैंस पानी में, પછી કહ્યું ભાઈ ભેંસ નથી, ભેંસ તો તરશે, પણ આ તો ગાડી છે, જીપ છે। એટલે પછી then we had to call the tractor from the village, અને ટ્રેક્ટર થી પાછી ખેંચાવડે બીજા રસ્તે પાસે જવું। શાસ્ત્રપુર કરીને એક ગામ છે, હું ત્યાં શૂટિંગ કરતો। એ શૂટિંગમાં એક એવો પ્રસંગ કે લગ્નનો પ્રસંગ। હવે લગ્નમાં મારે જાન જોઈએ, હું અહીંથી મોટી બસ કરીને ભાડે કરીને જોયેલો, બહુ મોટી, ઇટ વોઝ અ હ્યુજ પ્રોજેક્ટ। એન્ડ અમદાવાદથી જ્યારે નીકળ્યા, કેમ કે મોટા ભાગે આર્ટિસ્ટોને ભેગા કરવાનું સ્થળ એટલે ટાઉન હતી, બધાને ભેગા કરીને જવાનું। સો મોર દેન 50 people were there and we reached। ત્યાં જઈને પછી ત્યાં મૌદાના ગેસ્ટ હાઉસમાં થોડાક લોકો રાત્રે રોકાયા, કેટલાક લોકો ત્યાં જાય। પણ જ્યારે લગ્નનો પ્રસંગ શૂટ કરવાનો હતો એટલે મેં બધાને કીધું ને, ગામ આખું ભેગું થયું, ધ હોલ વિલેજ, એમાં બળદગાડામાં પાછી ચાંદ જોડીને એને કાઢવાની, આખું ગામ એની પાછળ, બાકી જાનૈયાઓ તરીકે આવે, છોકન્યાનો વિદાયનો પ્રસંગ આવે, આખું ગામ ધ્રુસકે રડે। It was so touchy thing. આવા કેટલાક પ્રસંગો છે, બહુ મજાની વાત છે. એક બીજી ઇન્ટરેસ્ટિંગ વાત કરવી, એક નાનો પ્રસંગ હજુ એ કહી દઉં. અત્યારે તમારામાંથી ઘણા લોકો જ્યારે ગાંધીનગર જાઓ છો, મોટેરા પછી સુગડ નામનું એક ગામ છે. એ સુગડ ગામ અત્યારે એટલું વિકસિત છે, તમને ખબર ના પડે પહેલા કેવી પરિસ્થિતિ હતી ત્યાં. When I went for shooting, એક શૂટિંગ હતી, મારો એક પ્રોગ્રામ હતો ચોરમાં મોર. એક બહુ પ્રસિદ્ધ નવનીત સેવકની એટલે એમને લખેલી વાર્તા પર આધારિત કરેલી. ખાતર પાડવાનું, હવે ત્યાં ગામડાના જે ઘરો હતા એ બધા પાછા પહેલા એના હતા. આ બધી જગ્યાથી પહેલેથી એડવાન્સ આ બધી જગ્યા ક્યાં કે નાટકનું કોઈ પણ શૂટિંગ કરીએ એટલે અમે બધાએ અમારે પહેલા લોકેશન હન્ટિંગ કરીએ, એ લોકોની પરમિશન લઈએ કે ભાઈ લાઇટ છે શું છે. હવે મારે ત્યાં શૂટ કરવાનું રાત હતી. ખાતર પાડવાનું સીન હતો. ખાતર એટલે ચોરી કરવાનું સીન. હવે એ જગ્યા લાઇટ નહીં. Hats off to all the lighting department people, I tell you. સુગડ ગામમાં લાઇટ નહોતી. 1.5 કિલોમીટર દૂર ત્યાં કૂવો હતો જ્યાંથી લાઇટ એ લોકો ખેતરમાં વાળતા હતા એના પંપમાંથી. એ જગ્યાથી લાઇટ ખેંચી થાંભલે માત્ર નહીં, ઝાડે બાકી લઈ અને મને ત્યાં સુધી આવીને કનેક્શન આપ્યું. It was wonderful. એટલે ચોરી કરવા અરે એ સીન તો કરવાનો, પછી ચોરી કરીને ભાગે તો એમાં ઘણી બધી આગળ વાત છે. એવા કિસ્સા કેટલાક કિસ્સા કહું તો બાકી રમખાણો સમયની વાત કરું તો મેં કુબેરનગરની બહારના વિસ્તારમાં ત્યાં રાતમાં શૂટિંગ ત્યાં પણ કરેલું છે. એ વખતે પણ એવા રસપ્રદ ઘટનાઓ બધી બહુ છે. એક બીજી નાનકડી એક જ છેલ્લી ઘટના લાસ્ટ કે I was making a documentary on Vegas. ભિખારીઓ પર ની હું એક ડોક્યુમેન્ટરી શૂટ કરતો. હવે ભિખારીની વ્યાખ્યામાં આશ્ચર્ય થશે કે એ પણ આવે કે રોડ પર કોઈ જ્યોતિષી પણ હોય, પણ જો એની પાસે ઘર ના હોય પોતાનું અને ખાલી રોડ પર રહીને જ કોઈ પણ કામ પોતાનો વ્યવસાય કરતો જેને પોતાનું ઘર નથી, then the person comes under the act of beggar. હવે મેં ભિક્ષુક ગૃહમાં જઈને પણ શૂટિંગ કરેલું. 2 ભિક્ષુક ગૃહ છે, મહિલા ભિક્ષુક ગૃહ અને દહેગામની આસપાસમાં છે જે અમદાવાદથી નજીક છે. ત્યાં શૂટિંગ કર્યું. એના અધિકારીઓ સાથે જઈને વાત કરી, ગુજરાત સરકારના અધિકારીઓ સાથે વાત કરી, એમના ઇન્ટરવ્યુ કર્યા. પણ સાથે સાથે મારે કેટલાક એવા ઇન્સિડન્ટ જોઈતા હતા તો મેં એટલે કાલુપુરના સ્ટેશનની સામેની બાજુ એ વખતે ફૂટ because then we inquired that he had no house, he was just sleeping there doing his business. પણ એટલે ડોક્યુમેન્ટરી બનાવતો તો જવા એટલે જો આમ સેન્સિટિવ પર્સન તરીકે આપણે જોઈએ તો બાકી he is doing his work. પણ under the act of beggar he comes under as an act of beggar. તો શૂટ કરતા મારા એક લાઇટિંગ આસિસ્ટન્ટે ત્યાં જઈને એનો પોતાનો કે મારું ભવિષ્ય શું છે જોયું. પછી ઉપર પાસે તાળે બહુ બ્રાઇટ છે. પછી એને કીધું કે આપનું ભવિષ્ય કેવું છે આજનું? કેમ આવો પ્રશ્ન પૂછ્યો છે? ત્યાં તો પોલીસ ધસમસથી ગઈ, પોલીસ વાનમાં એને બેસાડી કે તારી પાસે બધું છે નથી છે. પણ બેન એ અત્યારે વિચાર કરું છું એક સેન્સિટિવ પર્સન તરીકે કદાચ મને એમ લાગે છે કદાચ મારે કદાચ નહોતું પણ કરવું જોઈએ, પણ એક ઓથેન્ટિસિટી તરીકે વાત કરીએ તો એમ લાગે કે ના જે કર્યું છે તે યોગ્ય છે. વેલ ધેટ્સ ઇટ. વાર્તાઓ તો ઘણી છે પણ થેન્ક યુ.
थैंक यू वेरी मच नितिन. नितिन वैसे भी नसीबदार है, ना चोरी करने का सीन में भी 1.5 माइल तक उनको मदद मिलती थी. तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. I understand that time constraint is there, but now I invite my dear friend Afzal Subedar. Afzal પણ બહુ નસીબદાર છે, એના નસીબે સારામાં સારા પ્રોડ્યુસરો આવતા.
अब इतनी कुछ बातें हो गई हैं, काफ़ी टेक्निकल बातें हुई,
हमारे डीकू के कलीग्स नितिन भाई, दिनाज बहन बहुत कुछ बोल गए डीकू के बारे में या प्रोग्राम प्रोडक्शन के बारे में। अब मुझे कुछ कहना है तो मुझे अपना जो कुछ तैयार किया था उसमें से कट शॉर्ट करके कुछ नई बात कहनी पड़ेगी। और इसके लिए मैं एक थोड़ा सा बैकग्राउंड बनाना चाहता हूँ। एक्चुअली मेरा बैकग्राउंड यहाँ आने से पहले यानी इसरो में आने से पहले ड्रामा था। कमर्शियल ड्रामा करते थे, 10-12 साल किया, एक्टर, छोटे मोटे डायरेक्शन, ये सारा किया। और कॉलेज से ही ड्रामे करते थे, इसलिए एक दिल में ख्वाहिश थी कि हमें फिल्म दुनिया में जाना चाहिए। वहाँ की चकाचौंध ने हमको बिल्कुल इतना वो कर दिया था कि बस कुछ भी हो जाए, थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ कर लेते हैं, फिर बम्बई चले जाते हैं, फिल्में करेंगे। और ऐसी कश्मकश में काफ़ी काम चल रहा था कमर्शियल, महीने के 45 शो होते थे और मुझे यहाँ काम करने का मौका मिला। लाइफ में फर्स्ट टाइम मैंने टेलीविज़न देखा यहाँ। अब यहाँ आने के बाद देखा कि यहाँ तो काफ़ी बड़े बड़े लोग हैं, पूरी फिल्मी दुनिया तो यही है। इस इंस्टीट्यूट से डायरेक्टर, कैमरामैन, साउंड रिकॉर्डिस्ट, एडिटर, ऐसे बड़े बड़े पढ़े लिखे जानकार लोग यहाँ हैं। तो बस यही फिल्मी दुनिया है। और मैं ये सोच रहा था कि बस यहाँ को एक्टिंग करेंगे, गाएंगे, गाना गाएंगे, नाचेंगे, फिल्में बनाएंगे। लेकिन यहाँ कुछ माहौल और था, यहाँ एकदम और था, वो चकाचौंध थी ही नहीं। लेकिन धीरे धीरे मुझे ये पता चला कि यहाँ की दुनिया तो कुछ और है। वहाँ एक कहानी होती थी, बड़ी फैंटेसी, हीरो होता था, हीरोइन होती थी, पता नहीं कहाँ कहाँ से स्टोरी बनती थी, डायलॉग होते थे, माँ मैं आ गया, और माँ कहती थी आ गया बेटा, मैंने आज तेरे लिए खीर बनाई है।
क्या बात है।
और इस तरह की वो दुनिया है। और यहाँ सब बातें सच्ची। अब दूसरा सवाल मेरे दिल में ये आया, ये जो प्रोसेस है यहाँ पहुँचने की मेरी, मैं उसके बारे में बता रहा हूँ। यहाँ पता चला कि एक साइड प्रोजेक्ट है, हमको दूर दराज के गांव में, वहाँ के विलेज में, वहाँ के लोगों को कुछ बातें सिखानी है, बतानी है, उनको अवेयर करना है। बड़ा सेटअप तैयार हो गया है। सेटअप के बारे में काफ़ी लेक्चर सुने यहाँ आने के बाद, इसरो में आने के बाद। और ये सारे लोग इतनी मेहनत करके सेटअप तैयार करते हैं। अब कहते हैं कि बस उनके लिए प्रोग्राम, बात तो सही है, इतना बड़ा सेटअप लग गया और उनके विकास के लिए, उनके अवेयरनेस के लिए, उनके प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के लिए हमें यहाँ से कुछ प्रोग्राम देना है। और हमारे दिमाग में तो फिल्म ही घुसा पड़ा था, तो क्या करें। तब इसका ये जो मटेरियल हमको वहाँ देना था वो कैसा होना चाहिए, मेरी समझ में तो कुछ नहीं आ रहा था कि क्या भेजेंगे, हम क्या दिखाएंगे। किसी पॉलिटिशियन को बुला के लेक्चर देंगे, किसी डॉक्टर का भाषण रख देंगे, क्या करेंगे। तब पता चला और धीरे धीरे यहाँ काम करने के बाद ये पता चला कि सबसे पहले ये जानने को मिला कि प्रोग्राम कैसे बनाएं। तो ये कैसे बनाने का जवाब में हमको धीरे धीरे पता चला कि सबसे पहले तो मुझे वो ऑडियंस को सीखना है, जिस ऑडियंस के लिए मैं प्रोग्राम बना रहा हूँ, उस ऑडियंस को समझना है, वो कौन सी लैंग्वेज समझते हैं, उनका कल्चर क्या है, उनके रहन सहन क्या है, उनके प्रॉब्लम्स क्या है, ये मुझे उनका अभ्यास करना है। अब उनको क्या चाहिए, तो ये अभ्यास सारा हमारे को, हमारी जो टीमों में 2-3 ग्रुप थे, जैसा रिसर्च ग्रुप था, तो ये हमें सारा आउटपुट देते थे। अब इस आउटपुट का उपयोग कैसे उनको बताना है। उन्होंने बताया कि हाँ भाई ठीक है, तुम्हारा मलेरिया का प्रॉब्लम है तो तुम ये गोली ले लो, कोई आकर बोल जाए डॉक्टर तो हो जाएगा। नहीं, फिर हमारी टीम के राइटर्स थे, उन्होंने हमको एक फॉर्मेट बना दिया। ओके, आप इनको मोटिवेशन करना चाहिए तो ड्रामा बनाओ, अगर उनको ये बताना चाहिए कि भाई ORS का गोल कैसे बनता है, डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन वाला बनाओ, ड्रामा बनाओ, डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाओ। तो इस तरह से फॉर्मेट सब हमने तय किया। जो आउटपुट हमको इनपुट मिला था रिसर्च से, उससे हमने ये तैयार किया। और उसके बाद यानी इस तरह का हर अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट से मिलकर हमने एक अलग मेथड क्रिएट की, एक अलग फिल्मी दुनिया बन गई। और फिर पता चला कि नहीं, सही फिल्मी दुनिया तो ये है। हमारे कई बुजुर्ग लोग कहते थे कि अगर इतना ट्रिमेंडस खर्चा करते हैं, इतने एफोर्ड करते हैं सिर्फ लोगों को हंसाने के लिए, रुलाने के लिए, उनका एंटरटेनमेंट करने के लिए, अगर इतना एफर्ट्स के बाद किसी का एक का भी भला न हो सकता हो तो ये सारा बेकार है, और इसलिए ये करना है। तो ये बात हमारे दिमाग में बैठ गई और हमने इस तरह के कई प्रोग्राम्स किए जो लोगों को काफ़ी हेल्पफुल रहे। और वैसे भी एक बात थी कि यहाँ आने के बाद पता चला कि विक्रम साराभाई साहब का ये सपना था कि ये इतनी बड़ी, इतनी महंगी, इतनी जटिल स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग अगर दूर दराज के जंगलों में रहने वाले, समंदर में रहने वाले इन लोगों तक इसका फायदा न पहुंचे, तो ये इतनी महंगी, इतनी दुनिया भर में फेमस, इतनी जटिल चीजों का, यानी इस सिस्टम का उनको क्या उपयोग। तो यही एक्सपेरिमेंट मुझे यहाँ आके इसरो में सीखने मिला। हमने उन लोगों के लिए प्रोग्राम प्रोडक्शन किए, उनके लायक, उनकी समझ में आए ऐसे, और वहां तक हमने कोशिश की कि सही मैसेज पहुंच जाए और ये मैसेजेस पहुंचे भी और उनको काफी हेल्पफुल भी रहे। तो आखिर में मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि विक्रम साराभाई का जो सपना था, या जो उनका कहना था, या जो उनका मानना था कि ये टेक्नोलॉजी दूर दराज के लोगों तक पहुंचे, वहां पहुंचाने की हमने कोशिश की, कुछ हद तक सक्सेस रही, और आज तक ये कोशिश अभी भी उसी टाइम के फॉर्मेट, उसी टाइम की बातें आज भी लोगों तक पहुंचती है। ये मीडिया में जिंदा है और ये इनका सपना अभी भी जिंदा है। विक्रम साराभाई साहब गुजर गए, नहीं रहे, लेकिन वो जीवित हैं हमारे प्रोग्राम प्रोडक्शन में, हमारी जो सिस्टम है उसमें, हमने जो एफर्ट्स किए उसमें, हम में, तुम में, मीडिया में। और सच में पूछो तो यही चीज अभी भी जिंदा है स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी में। शुक्रिया, थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, Arjun Subedar. Now we are deviating from production to PR. But later on, as a director EMRC, I worked with him for many years because his ringing voice, he rendered it to many documentaries of EMRC. Matthews.
Good afternoon to everybody. Some of you know me sitting in the Vikram Hall, but I would like to tell you my association with the site is as old as or as far back as Kalesa. I joined in 1963. None of you are here except Kalesa. In 1963 I joined in Sarabhai's office as a support staff, but I was also required to work for other dignitaries coming from DAE, like Mr. Mehmet Lodi, Sheshan, like that, and then foreign scientists from abroad. But my life changed or I would call, my stay in ISRO, and has made a tremendous impact in my life. I am whatever I am today, is basically because of the experiences I have gathered from SITE and also other projects, ISRO projects like Aryabhatta, Bhaskara, and many other projects. Because I was involved, I know right from the days when TERS was acquired and SSTC, so the entire history of ISRO, I know that. So my interaction was as old as 1965. I would also like to tell you that most of you have said, you have worked day and night, very hard, and I know it also. But in no way, our work from the public relations was in no way less than your work. We were also equally busy, maybe 24/7 we were working. The entire transport was with us. Guest house, not only BRL guest house, even SAC guest house, Atira guest house, even university guest house. When visiting dignitaries come and our own scientists and social scientists from abroad and here, and we have only one good hotel, Kama Hotel, for 4 nights. The second was Ritz. And then we had the entire transport for 40-45 vehicles once upon a time, with about 40-45 drivers, and the entire guest house. And the whole transport I started with my good friend, is he sitting here? Jadeja. I started with Jadeja. When he was an NCC cadet, he was parading through that time, I liked his alacrity and the way he used to move and give command, to his cadets. So I took him to Mr. Thakur and told him, sir, I would like him as my assistant in my transport section. And the telephone was with me. And we also were supposed to make, foreign exchange, do the international and national bookings, both not only air, even train. And people of different temperaments come to us for requirements. And I had only about 8 or 9 people working with me at that time. So that was a great learning experience. And I would say your personality is basically decided. It depends a great deal on the people whom with you work in your formative years. I had the fortune of working with Dr. Sarabhai, Professor Jitnis, Professor Bhavsar, Upendra Desai, who was the Deputy Director at that time, Mr. Kale. Professor Kale was, and was another person who is now among people sitting here, whom I knew from that time onwards. See, these people, these people can make an impact in your career, in your personality. So, SITE was definitely a great learning experience for me. I was told to give a brief, my experience in SITE, and also make it a little humorous. That is what Arun was telling me. Make it a little humorous, I remember one thing, see, for any major program, if you develop a spacecraft or a launch vehicle, there will be some spin-offs along with that, which you later on transfer it as transfer of technology and all that. So, this is in lighter vein only. And all these people who come from headquarters, they are all in no way less than Professor Dhawan at that time, because anybody from any level, they are all important, the way they throw their weight around. And one day it so happened, Professor Rao came during the SITE period only. He came for some other business, space work only, and he didn't get the room which normally we allowed to chairman. Chairman, there are 2 rooms, VIP rooms. So it was already occupied by some other SITE related people. Anyway, he didn't make a much big issue out of it. He stayed there, and then he called me. Jacob, he calls me by first name. Jacob, you see this? He has to find some problem. Hey, look at this towel you have in the bathroom. This is the towel you are using. can you not go for a bigger one, sir? Then I asked, sir, what should be the size? No, don't ask for it. It should be one full round of taco. One full round of taco, So I got it. Immediately we procured it. I passed on to my counterparts in Bombay, Delhi, VSSC, and all of it. So anytime if any of you travel, or you may have already stayed in a guest house, if you wrap that towel on your body, you must think that it is one of the prime movers of SHETH, triggered that landmark motivation, standardization of towels in ISRO guest houses pan-India. This is. So I would like to once again tell you, I had that great association working with very senior people and very junior people also. Starting from, I told you, I had even the fortune of carrying the bag of Homi Baba from the Trivandrum guest house to the launch site, in Turds. So I worked with even Professor Menon when the interim period, after Sarabhai's death and Professor Kavan taking over, for almost 6 months I was with him. I had to work for him also. So working with all these people gave me an excellent exposure to different kind of people and who I am and what I am today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I read a book form I'm sorry to say that I have to request all the speakers to cut down, but that's the sacred duty I have to perform. We are already 20 minutes beyond the schedule. I invite, and I am sacrificing my 10 minutes. I will speak that. I invite I.D. Pandya, Professor I.D.
આજે હું માનું છું કે આપણે 1975 સાલમાં પહોંચી ગયા, કારણ કે બધાને આ ફેસમાં સ્માઇલિંગ ફેસ દેખાય છે. તો હું માનું છું કે આજે કોઈને દવાની જરૂર નહીં પડે, કારણ કે બીપી ડાયાબિટીસ બધાને આજે નોર્મલ જ હશે એવું હું માનું છું. મારે જે કહેવાનું હતું એ મોટા ભાગે સુભાષ ગુપ્તા સાહેબ ઘણું બધું સવાલ પણ કહી દીધું, એટલે હું એ ફરી રિપીટ નહીં કરું. પણ જેના લીધે સાઇટ પ્રોગ્રામ આપણો જે સક્સેસ થયો તે મહાનુભાવો આજે પણ અહીં હયાત છે, અને એના વિશે હું કંઈક થોડું બોલીશ. ઓકે સર. હું 16 મે 1975માં સાઇટમાં જોડાયો, અને એ વખતે પહેલાં જ EFT બિલ્ડિંગ, જે બિલ્ડિંગમાં અત્યારે 24 કહેવાય છે, એ બિલ્ડિંગમાં મારી એપોઇન્ટમેન્ટ થઈ શ્રી શંકર સાહેબ સાથે. હવે એ બિલ્ડિંગમાં હલો, એ બિલ્ડિંગમાં એક દિવસ એવું બન્યું કે બપોરનો ટાઈમ હતો અને હું બહાર નીકળ્યો હતો, અને એક હેન્ડસમ પર્સન 24 નંબર બિલ્ડિંગમાં મને જોવા મળે. મારે કે કોણ હશે, શું હશે, કારણ કે હું તો નવો હતો, મને તો કંઈ ખબર નથી કે આ આટલો હેન્ડસમ પર્સન કોણ છે, કયા સાહેબ છે, શું છે. પછી મને ખબર પડી તો આ તો આપણા કાલે સાહેબ છે, પીટી કાલે. કારણ કે 50 વર્ષ પહેલાં મેં ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ કાલે સાહેબ 24 બિલ્ડિંગમાં મેં જોયેલા. આજે પણ છે એ હું કહેવાનું છું. અને બીજું સાહેબ કહું કે કાલે સાહેબ નો નાતો મારે 1975 માંડીને 2010 સુધી છે, કારણ કે એમને જે પીપીજીમાં મને લીધો ને, તો એમનો જે સિક્કો 2009 સુધી મારે ચાલ્યો. પછી સાહેબ મારી ટ્રાન્સફરમાં 3 મહિના પછી મારી ટ્રાન્સફર થઈ ઓલ્ડ પોલિટેકનિકમાં. એટલે એ વખતે આપણી પાસે શેખ પાસે કે જગા નહોતી, કોઈ પતઈ ચંબા હતા, કોઈ પોલિટેકનિકમાં હતા, કોઈ સજાન કોલેજ બેસતા, અલગ અલગ જગ્યાએ બધા બેસતા હતા. પછી 3 મહિના પછી પાછું મારી ટ્રાન્સફર 33 નંબર બિલ્ડિંગે, જે મેઇન આઈટી બિલ્ડિંગ પહેલાં કહેવાતું, એમાં હું આવ્યો. તો અમારી જે ટ્રાન્સફર 33 નંબર બિલ્ડિંગના પહેલા જ દિવસની તમને વાત કરું સાહેબ, તો અમે બધા ત્યાં 33 નંબર બિલ્ડિંગ બહાર 4 સોફા ચેર હતા, અને એક વચ્ચે ટીપોય હતી. હવે અમે બધા આવ્યા, બધા તો રિસેન્ટ આવ્યા, 8 5 થઈ ગયા, કોઈ લંચમાં ગયો, કોઈ હું ત્યાં બેસી ગયો, મને મારા ફ્રેન્ડ એ પણ ત્યાં બેઠો. પછી સીડીથી ઉતરતા એક મહાન વિભૂતિ મેં જોઈ. મોટું કપાળ, લાંબા લાંબા વાળ, માકડીયા. મને કોણ હશે ખબર નહીં. પછી કહે આવો. પછી કોઈ કીધું આ તો યશપાલ સાહેબ છે, સેન્ટર ડાયરેક્ટર છે. પણ પછી શું થયું વાત કે સાહેબ બધા આવીને ગયા હતા. હમણાં તો ઘણું બધું પીપીજી ગ્રુપ જે હતું એ ગ્રુપમાં જે હતા બધા આગળ બાદ થઈ ગયા, પણ જે પછી બેઠા બધી ચેર બધી અસ્તવ્યસ્ત થઈ ગઈ હતી, પાથરણા અસ્તવ્યસ્ત થઈ ગયા. તો યશપાલ સાહેબ નીચે ઉતરે, ત્યાં સોફા ચેર પાસે આવે, સોફા ઠીક કરે, પાથરણા ઠીક કરે. અરે હું તો આમ એ થઈ ગયું, અરે બાપરે આ કઈ વિભૂતિ હતી બાપરે. હું તો આઈ વોઝ શોક્ડ એટ ધેટ ટાઈમ. ધીસ ઇઝ માય ફર્સ્ટ એક્સપિરિયન્સ ઇન 33 બિલ્ડિંગ. પછી સાહેબ પીપીજીમાં તો એ વખતે મારા કો ચેરમેન સાહેબ જ હતા અમારા, અને એ વખતે પહેલાં પ્રોજેક્ટ એન્ડ પ્લાનિંગ ગ્રુપ હતું, પછી પ્લાનિંગ એન્ડ પ્રોજેક્ટ ગ્રુપ બન્યું. અને 1975 છેક સુધી 2009 સુધી સાહેબે જે સ્ટીકર માર્યો, 2009 સુધી પીપીજી રહ્યો. પછી સાહેબ કર્ણિક સાહેબ, તો કર્ણિક સાહેબ સાથે મેં ડાયરેક્ટલી ક્યારેય કામ નથી કર્યું, પણ એ 33 બિલ્ડિંગમાં હતા. મેં ઘણા બધા લેટરો એમને ટાઈપ કર્યા. એમના હેન્ડ રાઇટિંગ, એમની ભાષા પર પ્રભુત્વ, એ ક્યારેય એમની લેટરમાં એડિશન કે ડિવિઝન ના હોય, ક્યાંય ચેક ના જોવા મળે. અને બધા જ વિરામ ચિહ્નો વ્યવસ્થિત એમને યોગ્ય જગ્યાએ હોય એ. અને આજની તારીખમાં પણ એમના હેન્ડ રાઇટિંગ હું ઉકેલી શકું, જોઈ શકું, સમજી શકું. પછી સાહેબ સંપત સાહેબ, તો સંપત સાહેબ વખતે અમને બહુ ડર લાગતો સંપત સાહેબથી, કારણ કે એ શું બોલતા ને એમની દાઢીમાંથી ક્યારે ફિલ્ટર બહાર નીકળે અમે સમજીએ, પણ એ પહેલાં કંઈ ખબર ના પડે, બહાર નીકળી જાય ખબર સાહેબ તો આ પૂરવા માંગતા હતા. પણ ક્યારેય ગુસ્સે ન થતા હતા, એ વસ્તુ છે, ક્યારેય ગુસ્સે થતા નહોતા. અને અમારા સામે જુએ ક્યારે ખબર પડી છે કે નહીં, એ લખતા જાય અને જોતા જાય, લખતા જાય ને જોતા જાય, એમની આદત હતી. પછી બીજું સાહેબ કે એ વખતે સેગમાં ચીટની સાહેબ, ઠાકોર સાહેબ, ઇવન યશપાલ સાહેબ પણ, હું ઉમિયા જે સોસાયટીમાં રહેતો હતો, તો હું ત્યાંથી ચાલતો જાઉં, રોજ ચાલતો આવું, ચાલતો જાઉં, તો એમને ખબર પડે કે સેગના કોઈ એમ્પ્લોય ચાલતા જઈ રહ્યા છે, તો એમના ડ્રાઈવરને મેં કહી રાખ્યું હતું. ડ્રાઈવરમાં SL દેસાઈ હતા અને એક SN ચૌહાણ હતા. તો કે ડ્રાઈવર કે સાહેબ આ પંડ્યાભાઈ છે, હા કે લઈ લો, અમે બેસાડે અને લઈ લો. આવું ઘણી બધી કરેલું છે સાહેબ. તો આ બધું ક્યારેય ના જાય. આ એકદમ જે અદ્ભુત અનુભવો છે અને એ ક્યારેય ભૂલાય નહીં. થેન્ક યુ.
પંડ્યાના નસીબે બધા પુરુષો હતા. યશપાલ સાહેબ, કાળા સાહેબ આ એન્ડ ઇવેલ્યુએશન છે, અને એ કન્યાઓથી ભરપૂર હતો, બેલા મોદીથી લઈને નીલા ત્રિવેદી સુધી, અને બહુ આનંદ હતો. હવે આપણે 20 મિનિટ મોડા છીએ અને મેં મારી 10 મિનિટ માંથી 8 મિનિટ क्या माथाकूट થાય છે. तो मैं 2 मिनट में ही मेरा वक्तव्य समाप्त कर दूंगा. और मैं आज इस प्लेटफॉर्म से एक ऋण मुक्त होना चाहता हूं या एक ऋण स्वीकार करना चाहता हूं. आज मैं जो भी बन पाया हूं, 5 प्राइम मिनिस्टर के साथ मेरे संबंध रहे हैं, वहां तक मैं पहुंचा. तो साइट में से मैं 2 चीज सीखा और उसको जीवन में अपनाया. एक टीम वर्क. साइट में से जो सबसे बड़ी बात हमें इसरो से सीखी, सेक्स से सीखी, तो वो टीम वर्क. और उसके लिए प्रोफेसर यशपाल, चिटनिस साहब, काला साहब, कर्णिक साहब, भाटिया साहब, जोशी साहब, बहुत सबका, जैन साहब, सबने मुझे मेरी बाद की लाइफ जो CDC, EMRC, CWCR जो भी प्रोजेक्ट पूरे राष्ट्र में किए उनमें मिले. काले साहब तो EMRC के लिए स्पेशल प्रोग्राम खुद मन में डिजाइन करते थे, और शहसान साहब से लेके राष्ट्र के नहीं अंतरराष्ट्रीय स्तर के वैज्ञानिकों नासा से वगैरह बुला के EMRC में करवाते थे और खुद हाजिर रहते थे. तो आज मैं वो जो टीम वर्क का मुझे ज्ञान मिला मुझे, जो एक मेरी एसेट हुई है लाइफ में, उसके लिए ऋण स्वीकार करता हूँ। और दूसरा जो मैं साइट से सीखा या इसरो से सीखा वो पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग, सकारात्मक वलण जो मेरे जीवन में आया, और सकारात्मक वलण से जीवन में जो सफलता मिलती है वो आप कभी किसी की टीका करो या कभी किसी के बारे में कुछ बोलते रहो, उससे नहीं रहती है। और मैं मेरी जात को बहुत ही धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा, या मैं मेरी जात को बहुत ही सौभाग्यवान मानता हूँ कि यशपाल साहब से लेके नीचे तक छोटे से छोटे प्रोड्यूसर या प्रोडक्शन असिस्टेंट के साथ काम करके खूब सीखा। और ये पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग और टीम वर्क से आप काम करेंगे तो मेरी तरह कभी बूढ़े नहीं होंगे। मैं आज 77 ईयर कंप्लीट करके भी 14 घंटा काम करता हूँ, हाईवे पे गाड़ी चलाता हूँ, मैं स्कूटर पे पूरे अहमदाबाद में घूमता हूँ, क्योंकि मुझे अहमदाबाद की कई गली में क्या खाना मिलता है पता है, और मैं सबसे बड़ा फूडी हूँ। बाद में मुझे म्यूज़िक और चलने का शौक है, तो मुझे आज अवसर दिया, इसलिए मैं ऑर्गेनाइजर को धन्यवाद करता हूँ, आभार मानता हूँ। सभी स्पीकर का क्षमा मांगता हूँ कि मुझे आपको इंटरव्यू करना पड़ा, मगर ये मौका ऐसा है कि सबको अपनी बात करने का मन होता ही है। और हमारा तो 50 साल का एक भव्य भूतकाल है, तो यह कार्यक्रम का आयोजन करने के लिए दास गुप्ता साहब से लेकर बोड़ा तक सभी को अभिनंदन देता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
ये पोस्ट लंच सेशन थी, फिर भी बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग रही और किसी को नींद भी नहीं आई, क्योंकि बहुत अच्छे एक्सपीरियंस सुनने को मिले। तो विद दिस मैं सुधा जी को बोलूंगी, थैंक यू फॉर दिस।
सामने ब्लैंक है सब, तो जब इस बात को लेकर आई हूँ, एक बात बहुत ही चुभ गई है कि छोटी छोटी बातों में, जैसे अभी धीरे भाई ने कहा कि हम निगेटिव होते जा रहे हैं, तो उससे दूर हटके पॉजिटिविटी कैसे अपने में डेवलप करनी है वो हमें सीखना चाहिए। इसके लिए बहुत बहुत आभार आपका। एक सजेशन आया था जो हमारे खास फैमिली फ्रेंड रवि भाई सक्सेना ने किया था कि साइट के बारे में एक छोटा सा कुछ आप लिखिए, और उसके लिए उन्होंने मुझे एक वोकेबुलरी भी दी थी। थैंक यू फॉर दैट। ये जो मैंने लिखा उसकी प्रस्तावना में 1 या 2 लाइन में कहूंगी कि इसमें जिनकी बातें शामिल की गई है वो सबसे बड़े जिनको हम, क्योंकि अपने देश में पॉलिटिशियंस को सबसे बड़े समझते हैं, इसलिए वहां से लेकर जिन्होंने साइंस के फील्ड में काम किया है, विक्रम साराभाई से लेकर होमी भाभा, या तो यहाँ जो उपस्थित है ये अहमदाबाद के केंद्र में है, हर एक केंद्र में जैसे वैज्ञानिक बैठे हुए हैं, उन सभी का जिक्र मैं करूंगी, उन सभी को मैं धन्यवाद दूंगी। और वहां से लेकर मेरे जैसे सिर्फ उत्सुक लोगों के लिए मैंने ये कुछ लिखा है। दूसरी बात ये मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि क्योंकि मैं यहाँ की एम्प्लॉय नहीं हूँ, इसलिए कोई एक स्पेशल अनुभव तो मेरा है नहीं, इसलिए जो कुछ भी मुझे चिंतन से जानने के लिए मिला है, तो ये पोएट्री, ये पोएम मैं उनको समर्पित करती हूँ। शुरुआत में जो कहूंगी 2-4 पंक्तियां वो सभी के लिए कॉमन है, बाद में चिंतन की जबान में मैं ये कुछ कहूंगी, और अंत में मैं साबित करूंगी कि मेरी भी जुबान, हृदय की धड़कन हाथों में लिए चल पड़े वह राही मंजिल की ओर, रास्ते धुंधले रिश्ते नाते किसी के वास्ते रह गए कहीं और, अनजान डगर छुपा डर स्वप्न भी रह गए उस ओर, इतने में सही मंजिल पर जागा भाग्य, लौट आए स्वप्न पलट कर इस ओर। अरे सुनो आया नया प्रकल्प साइट, यहाँ से जो टर्निंग पॉइंट आता है, पहले जो मैंने कुछ प्रस्तावना कही है। अरे सुनो, आया नया प्रकल्प साइट, इनसाइट भी खुल गई। देखो इस ओर हम सबकी इनसाइट खुली साइट के प्रकल्प से। क्या उपग्रह की किरणें बरस रही है जो देख रही है धरती की ओर। ज्ञान, स्वास्थ्य, खेती का यज्ञ, खेती का यज्ञ था वो शिक्षण का, पहुंच रहा दूर सुदूर गांवों की ओर। आकाश के माध्यम से मानव हृदय में, ग्राम प्रांगण में होकर किरण पहुंची स्कूलों की ओर। प्रसारण साइट का वादा था, वचन था। प्रसारण साइट का वादा था, वचन था। मानो उपग्रह पहुंचा पृथ्वी ग्रह पर, ग्रहों की ओर। यह था विक्रम स्वप्न सिद्धि का, यह था विक्रम स्वप्न सिद्धि का जो थे साराभाई। विश्व विक्रम विज्ञान का, संस्कृति का चला क्षितिज की ओर। भाई चला क्षितिज के पार, वापस अंबर की ओर। भाई चले सब मंजिल की ओर। भाई चले सब अखिल ब्रह्मांड की ओर। चले मंजिल की ओर, चले क्षितिज की ओर। अंत में प्रथम पंक्ति, हृदय की धड़कन हाथों में लिए चल पड़े वह राही मंजिल की ओर, और वो सब राही आप सभी को समर्पित मेरे कुछ ख्याल है। आज के व्यस्त कार्यक्रम में अंतिम चरण पर एक और सेशन में मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी आदरणीय श्री जी.सी. जैन साहब को और मंच पर उपस्थित हुए मेरे मित्र सुभाष भाई जोशी। आप दोनों को विनती है, आप मंच पर पधारिए। दोनों मित्र यहाँ पहुंच रहे हैं तब तक इन टेलीकॉम फ्रॉम जबलपुर इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, specialized in satellite communication systems at George Washington University, USA in 1976. Served for 16 years, contributing to major national projects including SITE, INSET and MONEX. Led R&D in video and image processing, communication and broadcasting with successful technology transfers to industry. Oversaw the establishment and management of TV studios in Ahmedabad and Mumbai for SITE project. Collaborated with leading scientists including Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, Professor Satish Dhawan and Professor Yashpal ji. He is the founder promoter of modern communication and broadcasting company Gandhinagar, dealing in the state of the art communication systems. बाकी अगर मैं कुछ ज्यादा कहूँ तो जैन साहब उसके मोहताज नहीं है। हम सभी उनको इतनी भली भांति पहचानते हैं, तो मैं ज्यादा कुछ नहीं कह सकती हूँ। सुभाष भाई मोस्ट वेलकम। एटलीस्ट आप आए, आपका स्वागत। सुभाष भाई के साथ मैंने भवंस कॉलेज में कुछ समय काम किया है, वो मेरे लिए एडिशनली एक आनंद का विषय है। जब वो इसरो में आए, आई मीन सेट में आए, तभी हम सब ने भवंस कॉलेज में उनकी गैरहाजिरी को अनुभव किया था कि नहीं है, अभी सुभाष भाई अपने साथ नहीं है। सुभाष भाई joined SSG SET, which became the Development and Educational Communication Unit DECO of ISRO, later as a Social and Communication Researcher in 1977. Late serving as Group Director of the Social Research Group, earlier he completed his MA with Psychology with first class in 1987. First class in 1967. Contributed extensively to studies on the societal work on DECO's 1996 publication Media and Ethnic Issues of India, retired from DECO and continued as a freelance consultant and visiting professor in communication research. Played a key role in content generation and research for satellite-based societal applications such as tele-education and telemedicine. He is the recipient of the prestigious Fulbright Scholarship, Western Michigan University. सुभाष भाई, आपका बहुत स्वागत, बहुत ही अभिनंदन करती हूँ। आपका ये बायोडाटा पढ़ के बहुत आनंद हुआ। आपके साथ कुछ क्षण बिताएंगे।
Very good. Since, as we had said earlier, that we will make this gathering and all the speakers would speak in general. So I would call upon some of my colleagues who would talk about their site-related experiences in a very humorous or in a very general way. I had also actually quite a few points, but I will just tell those points, and if I find time, then I will be able to talk to you. I have written down these. In fact, my experiences span from working with the AKS Gopalan till Professor Dhawan. So I had few points which I highlighted. I was called blue-eyed boy of Professor Yashpal and Dhawan. This was one of the times. I will tell you how and when. Okay? It tussled with Pramod Kaleji. So that also I remember. I will narrate that. It was very interesting. And that shows how sincere he was, how careful he was about the expenses and budget, and how sincere he wanted to be with the people. So there was a tussle. Chairman Juta Marega. This is the statement from session, TN session, during the budget session. यदि तेरे को पैसा दे दिया वीडियो टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए, तो चेयरमैन मेरे को जूते मारेगा. So that was a good story. I'll narrate at some other time. Similarly, Yashpal used to say, when there were visitors coming, VIP visitors from all countries and many dignitaries, he will call me, and then he will put me in front of those, and then he will say, Jain will create fire. Because हमारा लच्छेदार भाषण से सब बहुत खुश हो जाते थे. Half-inch VTR, TV studio, appropriate technology, low-cost technology, make in India, people were impressed. So यशपाल का ये पैट होता था, हमको बुलाया और सबके सामने खड़ा कर दिया कि Jain will create fire. So that was there. GCL is Gyanchand Electronics Limited. तो ये भी एक कहानी बनी जब हमने नो हाउ ट्रांसफर GCL को किया और डिजिटल टीवीसी और बहुत सारे इक्विपमेंट उसके बिकने लगे, तो they were successful. A company which was dying, which had nothing, they were to bind up and go. हम लोगों ने अपना CCTV का और जो भी इक्विपमेंट स्टूडियो का था उसका नो हाउ दिया और वो तो चल पड़े, और चल ऐसे पड़े कि उनका बाद में तो टर्नओवर 300 करोड़ हुआ, लेकिन उससे जो है उनका काम टीवी ट्रांसमीटर का भी नो हाउ ट्रांसफर किया. तो अपने कोडिकल साहब बोलते थे कि यार GCL is not GCL, GCL is Gyanchand Electronics. I was involved in that. अब एक और बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग कहानी है। जब मैं ट्रेनिंग के लिए गया फेलोशिप के लिए एरोफोर्ट में, मेरा 15 दिन का ट्रेनिंग था। आई यूज्ड टू गो देयर। वन ऑफ द मैनेजर ऑफ एरोफोर्ट who was inside satellite building. I was staying in San Francisco, so he came to me and said कि I can take you there. मेरी ट्रेनिंग वहाँ तो 2-3 रोज की थी, बाकी दूसरी जगह थी। So I used to commute with him. अब वहाँ एक सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज, एक सबसे बड़ा सवाल पूछा जाता था, इसरो में पैसा कौन लेता है? That was the thing. मैंने कहा ये मेरे पीछे क्यों पड़े हुए हैं? सीबीआई लगा रहा है कि क्या कर रहा है? ये इसरो में कौन पैसा लेता है? Even vice president of Aerofort gave a big party, and then they will ask इसरो में कौन पैसा लेता है? फिर मैंने उससे पूछा कि भाई why are you asking this question? He said देखो, हम आपके लिए सैटेलाइट बना रहे हैं, ये सैटेलाइट पूरे वर्ल्ड में जो है फेमस होगा और सभी कंट्रीज हमसे खरीदेंगे। We want this contract at any cost. और they had some idea कि भाई जो है डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज में पैसा ले दे के ही सब काम होता है। तो ये मेरे पीछे जो है लोग पड़ गए कि तुम तो वो बता दो कि कौन पैसा लेता है। मैंने उनसे अपना कैसे भी पीछा छुड़ाया। मैंने कहा इसरो में कोई पैसा नहीं लेता है, आप जाके सैटेलाइट का काम कर सकते हो, लेकिन पैसा कोई नहीं। So that was very famous thing and very nice. Mosquitoes in the rice plate, as many as the rice के दाने। जैसा कि आपको मालूम है, श्री हरिकोटा हम 78 में सेटअप किया गया था। इट वॉज ए मार्शी आइलैंड, और वहां जब हम शाम को खाना खाने जाते थे, इतने मच्छर होते थे कि लगता था कि आधे हमारी प्लेट में गिरेंगे, आधे हमारे मुंह में आएंगे, और ये स्थिति थी। दैट वाज श्री हरिकोटा। इट वाज रियली वेरी 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 डिफिकल्ट सिचुएशन टू ईट द डिनर एट नाइट इवनिंग। सो मच्छरों की तादाद चावल के दाने के बराबर हो जाती है। इसके बाद भी थोड़े और इसी तरह के पॉइंट्स हैं, मैं इनको लिखूंगा और हो सकता है मैं एक अपनी फेसबुक पे इनको डालूंगा कि इनफैक्ट जैकब मैथ्यूज हैज लेफ्ट। सी प्रोफेसर धवन, प्रोफेसर यशपाल वाज आफ्टर मी टू लीव इसरो। तो वो यशपाल जी बोलते थे कि भाई देखो जैन, यहाँ हमने टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत डेवलप कर ली है, बनाने वाला कौन है? तुम लोग जो है बाहर जाके जो है अपनी इंडस्ट्री सेटअप करो और ये टेक्नोलॉजी का प्रोडक्शन करो। He chose 3 of us, एक मैं था, एक गर्ग साहब थे और एक बीजीवी सुब्रमण्यम। हम तीनों के पीछे के भाई तुम छोड़ो और अपना जो है धंधा चालू करो, इंडस्ट्री डालो। अब ये 2 भाई लोग तो जो है इधर से उधर चले गए क्योंकि इनको कोई इंटरेस्ट था नहीं। फाइनली ये बातें बहुत अच्छी करते थे, लेकिन जो है उसमें सफल नहीं हो पाए। इनने बोला मैंने इतना बनाया है, ये बनाया है, इसकी इतनी कॉस्ट है, इतने में बिकेगा, ये होगा। अच्छे सपने जो है गर्ग साहब ने दिखाए, लेकिन गर्ग साहब जो है वहां से निकल नहीं पाए। मैं एक ऐसा आदमी था कि जिसको जो है, एक वीडियो भी है यशपाल जी का जिसमें बोल रहा है आई आजम ही इज पुशिंग मी यू गेट आउट। तो इस तरह की एक वो बहुत अच्छी चीज है कि मैंने इसरो छोड़ा, उसमें हमारे मेंटर यशपाल जी थे, ऑफ कोर्स काले साहब भी थे, लेकिन उनने मेरे को काफ़ी हेल्प किया कि भाई आप इंडस्ट्री चालू करो, और इस तरह से मैं वहाँ से निकला। कुछ पॉइंट्स और हैं, जैसे हम फॉरेन कंट्रीज में जाते थे तो वहाँ जो है $12 हमको मिलते थे डीए के। हम $2 $2.5 खाने में खर्च करते थे, $3 रहने के लिए होते थे। $2-3 ट्रैवल में जाते थे, $1-2 बचा लेते थे। स्विट्जरलैंड में या उसके आसपास के कुछ जगह हैं, हम स्टूडियो के और टीवी ट्रांसमीटर के टेंडर के लिए, ग्लोबल टेंडर था, उसके वैल्यूएशन के लिए हमको भेजा था। तो हमको जो है कुछ कंपनीज में भी विजिट कराया गया था, तो हम जाते रहते थे। तो जहाँ भी जाते थे तो हमको जो है जब लंच लेना होता था तो उसमें जो सलाद होता है उसमें अंडे मिला के मेनी ऑफ दोज प्लेसेस। और इसी सीक्वेंस में हम लंदन गए, वहाँ हमको बीबीसी की विजिट करनी थी, मैं और गोपालन जी। हम लोग YMCA में रहते थे क्योंकि £1 में हमको होटल मिल जाता था, हम यहीं से जो है मेंबरशिप लेके गए। जो थोड़ा सा बचत होती है कि चलो लौटते टाइम बच्चों को कुछ लेके जाएंगे, अपने लिए कुछ लेके जाएंगे। मार्क्स एंड स्पेंसर के स्टोर में गए, बढ़िया पैंट लेके आए, और 50 साल पहले पैंट लेके आए। रूम में आके देखा हम लोग कुछ तो लेके आए, पैंट। जब उसको थोड़ा सा पीछे देखा, उसके अंदर मेक इन इंडिया हम लोगों को जो है मालूम पड़ गया कि हमारा इंडिया तो यहीं बैठा हुआ है। That was also very interesting. There are few more. Time is limited. I give this time to my colleagues. First Joshi Saab, and then I will request 4 or 5 of them. They have come from all the way waiting. So please. Thank you.
So Sudhavan, first of all, my apologies for not having been here from the morning. Actually, it's a regret that I missed that great thing. Luckily, it was there on the YouTube, so I could follow it. Anyway, what happened this morning was Murphy's Law struck me. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong, and my back went wrong terribly. And of course, there was neither contingency plan nor redundancy plan. So anyway, I decided to come at least for this session. See, I started my career as a college lecturer and taught research methods for about 10 years. But after coming to ISRO, then you find that teaching research and doing research is a very different ball game. Anyway, over a period of time one gets to learn, because I have to learn many things. What is ISRO, what was SITE and everything. I remember my first boss, by the way, was a woman, Bela Moti. She gave me a thick book. I think it was called the Winter School. And that had everything about SITE. Okay, now adapting to doing research was difficult, but not all that difficult. The more difficult part was dealing with the producers. You have the talked of team mode of working and all that. It is okay working with script writers, with content expert, but producers accepting a researcher as one of the team members, that was difficult for them and for us. Anyway, and what kind of producers? K. Vishwanath, V.N. Raina. I mean, they were wonderful people, very difficult people to work with, especially Vishwanath, if you know him. Anyway, so one had to face that challenge, and somehow over a period of time, we overcame some of the barriers, not fully, but substantially. I also noticed on entering ISRO that there were two cultures. One hovered around the studio, and the other one was the other part.
you had people wearing jhabba, carrying a jhola, wearing chappals or even slippers and coming to office. You know, that was something very different to accept. Anyway, see, I joined after SHETH in 1977, so SHETH was over. Most of you had done SHETH, wonderful job, but left SHETH. Okay, the section I joined was the only one which had the name of SHETH. It was called the SHETH Continuity Research Cell, SCRC. So anyway, so that was something interesting. I mean, we liked it, working with different people. There was a small group of social researchers, about 8 people I think, and 2 of them were my students. So in a way that becomes slightly easier to work with. Since I joined after SHETH, I have not had the pleasure of working with all of you. Many of you may not even know me directly. I mean, we have not interacted. Of the researchers, only Vinod Agrawal was one who worked with everybody, who knew everybody, and everybody knew him. I was not that kind of a person at all. But anyway, it was something interesting to know. Anyway, that SHETH Continuity Research SCRC building was there for a long time. Now that building is not there. Now even DECU is not there. So a lot of things have changed. Okay, I must share one experience. See, in 1971, I was on a Fulbright scholarship for doing my second master's degree. And that was the first time, I was 27, that was the first time I had seen television. Okay? And then I came across a program in which I did not know the name then, but SHETH was described. And it was said that there will be satellite broadcasting across so many different villages of India, scattered all around the country and so on. And I was really taken aback. I said, a person like me who has not even seen television till I came here, and there is this talk. And then who knew in those days that I would eventually be joining ISRO? But that is what happened. And it was something very interesting. Okay, and there are many things I can say, but I think I should stop here. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Is low, and that happens everywhere. Here also, when you were not there, this happened. Sometimes PA system was not working, the mic was not working. Anyway, we have managed. And today's session also, it is the time for Murphy's Law to happen. Initially, I told that it is a back-to-back double fast train, but no. Some of you have pulled the chain. We have to stop it here. Now we have a break for tea. Tea is ready. After tea, again we'll sit here and we'll continue. Though your going home may be delayed, but anyway, it will be compensated by this tea. Thank you very much.